on global supply chains that are based on semiconductor nationalisms and will need US support with the technology transfer. Yet another area is the healthcare. We saw the way national priorities took over during the COVID-19 pandemic and the availability of vaccines become a game of wars and capitalism. The term deglobalization gained prominence because of the divisions that came about as a result of the pandemic. We must never allow this to happen again, given the mistrust it creates. Vaccine collaboration between our nations must be high on our priority list and needs to be formalized in a mutually beneficial way. Likewise, defense and cyber are two critical areas that the US and India must work on. Trust comes from a collaboration in these areas. India needs support in both these areas, and at this time, we are just skimming the surface. These are two essential areas where our partnership must span technology transfer to be able to build a mutual confidence. I would therefore urge the USIBC to facilitate a broader platform that brings together executives from similar industries on both sides on a regular basis. There are a lot of gains to divide with the size of the two economies beginning to converge as we approach 2050. The outcome from these forums would be multiple. It would lay the foundation for a broader business development platform, continuously highlight the policy challenges that must be addressed, as well as get the businesses and policymakers on a common platform. There must be a clear objectives laid out to which we make commitments. This is a missing piece today. What I can personally commit is that we are here to support, to do our part, to make this happen, and work with any of you to take this initiative forward. I must also add here that the work done by Nisha Biswal, the ex-president of the USIBC, and now being done by Atul Keshap, the current president, has been nothing short of extraordinary. They have made the USIBC relevant and taken it to a level where it is now in a position to be one of the most crucial platforms between our countries to accelerate business relations. We must all be thankful for the initiatives they have driven and continue to drive in helping bring our nations together. In closing, let me say that while I have highlighted several matters that will need to address, my optimism that our two nations will find a solution has never been higher. Our joint ability to impact the world has never been greater. The need has never been larger. Thank you. Jai Hind.
On these comments, and guess what? The reward is I'm going to shrink my speech Let me just echo two quick points that he made. One is the challenge he presented for India and the United States in bringing a vision of common prosperity forward, the work that has to be done to make sure that by 2050 that the world is a better place and that India and the United States are working together more closely. The second challenge was for the U.S.-India Business Council and the work that we can do with our member companies on both sides of the equation, in India and in the United States, to foster the kind of change and meet the kind of challenges, whether it's on climate, whether it's on digital, whether it's on trade and investment, whether it's in the healthcare sector, and meet the challenge of tomorrow, today, by working closely together. And I think he laid out a mandate for the U.S.-India Business Council that Ed Knight and the board will hold us accountable to. But we're going to also hold Mr. Adani and his help going forward accountable to make sure that we do the right thing, working with all of you in this room and many others. So let me just say in brief, we honored Mr. Adani for his thoughtful leadership, his global leadership, as Ed so beautifully articulated in his opening remarks. I'm not going to repeat all the things he said, but this leadership award was given to him because of not just the contribution he's making to India or the company is making, but because of the global contribution that the Adani Group hopes to make. Each and every one of the companies in this room is also making a contribution. And we honor you by making sure that we do our work through the U.S. Chambers, U.S.-India Business Council to foster the kind of change that we want to see on a permanent basis. Later today, you'll hear from Michael Dell, who will be honored with the Leadership Award. Michael Dell was a member of the U.S. Chambers Board and is himself a great story of innovation that has gone from a small business to a large enterprise. And in many ways, the companies that are represented in this room are no different in their story and their journey. The challenge for all of us is to help create that next generation of companies and foster the kind of change that we've been talking about all morning. So while I had a long, lengthy speech, I want to just re-emphasize a couple points. One is my gratefulness for Atul's leadership and the council staff for the great work they're doing, not just for this Innovation Summit, Idea Summit, as important as it is, but for the work we're doing to really make a contribution in the relationship bilateral. So I cannot underscore that again. Second, to make the point that while all the companies in this room are vested in the U.S.-India Business Council, your work doesn't stop here. The work that we need to do to go forward to strengthen and deepen the relationship between India and the United States does not stop when we finish the last session of this summit. It begins because our journey is still very much a work in progress. There is still work to be done in Washington. We still don't have an ambassador here in New Delhi. There's still work to promote an active trade agenda between the two countries. There's still work in the climate space to make sure we get the right goals set. There's still work. In a time of great uncertainty, I don't want to make sure that we rest on our laurels, that I want to make sure collectively that we are committed to this vision of change, and change requires hard work. So please do not only participate today, network, build relationships, but also challenge the council staff through Atul and his team to make sure that we're doing everything we can to advance the government dialogues and advance the private sector contribution. Because one thing I am confident of is the private sector is the engine of innovation and job growth. And I'm confident that when we work together in a way that is constructive and pragmatic, we're very results-oriented. And we need to bring that energy and enthusiasm and support in the way our two governments work, not just in a bilateral context, but in a global context. So with that, let me just transition to Atul. Again, thank you all for being here. And thank you all for your support of the council and for the bilateral relationship. Atul, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Relations program of any US trade association with a reach of over 50 global markets. Can I have another round of applause, please, for Mr. Myron Brilliant? I now invite, okay, shall we? Because, he had called you already. Great.
In spite of that massive disintermediation platform which the government has created, which is free, and which is now voting, they are still growing so much because
So much to grow, so there's empty space.
yeah. But it is a huge worry because he has created a unified payment system.
This is a better idea than interesting.
And then with that we can show how it works. Maybe another
And I think the other thing is that with the directors listings, I think we need to work on the thinking there.
Sorry, Fred, just something I talked to Atul about.
Yeah.
Think that if we are going out to meetings tomorrow,
identified where the pain points are in using that model, then that would give the government more discreet to do this, and as opposed to having to reverse somebody. I think that presents political problems. Very nice to meet you. Optimistic on the Indian economy.
And I said, we like to have some opening comments, we like to have some remarks. He said, no, just jump right in. We'll start off with the discussions. I think everybody knows everybody here. It's a sort of close-knit group. Just by way of introduction, the one thing that I want to say about the Hon'ble Minister is that I have, noticing this, and most of you would have, there are very few people who tend to reinvent themselves that much in life. He ran that business in 2006, after which he reinvented himself again to become a full-time politician, was in the Rajya Sabha for a long period of time, as an independent member, and then from the BJP, and then exactly 14 months ago, to the day, he was appointed the minister for two really important ministries. And so we're keeping it that on the dates so that we make sure that we get that piece right. So I'm going to start with asking the Honourable Minister who spent 30 years starting, I'm guessing in a room with some network engineers, first preparing the bid for Mumbai, followed by Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, and I want to say Kerala, and also planning the network architecture for the city of Mumbai, which is fairly complex, where cell site was not a word that was known to the world in 1992. So starting there, and today being at the helm of deciding policies that will mold the future of India in terms of the focus that the Honourable Prime Minister has laid out for all of us, which is technology and trade, at least the two T's.
So, first of all, I think when I stepped into entrepreneurship and telecom and technology in 1992, 30 years ago, as you repeatedly pointed out, and I'm trying to pretend that I'm a young minister and all of that, so that gets exposed straight away. But look, I think it tells you the distance that India has traveled, where the starting points was, and where we are today. I mean, I use this as an example all the time when I meet with students and technology entrepreneurs to say that when we first built our wireless networks in India, except for probably the screwdriver, the screws included, everything was imported. So, we've obviously traveled a big distance today when we are launching 5G, where there are tremendous pieces, large amounts of innovations that have been built into these future networks that are designed in India, many components and products and devices that have been made in India. So I think that is, in my opinion, the nutshell of the journey that India has traveled. To me personally, look, 30 years ago, I was this crazy young entrepreneur who everybody thought was going to crash and burn. And nobody, I mean, least of all me, thought that I would be at this position now today, where I have an opportunity to contribute to the future and the present of technology in India. So I say, you gave me 2 minutes to describe this. I would say that this has been a tremendous journey for India. I say again to people that this is just the starting point of where India is going to be in the next decade, the decade that the Honorable Prime Minister has described as the India's decade. So, as that famous saying goes, "Abhi baki picture baki hai." Ye to trailer hi hai. This is just a trailer, and the whole new movie, 2 hours, 30 minutes, or 3 hours of blockbuster drama is still to unfold.
So that, ladies and gentlemen, is this incredible story. 30 years, we'll put it together in 2 minutes. But apart from that, the Honourable Minister has this deep interest in spaces as a parliamentarian that we saw during the armed forces professions, fighting for transparency, for internet, for privacy. One of the biggest advocates for privacy. I know that he and lawyers have gone to court several times to protect rights of citizens. Also, when I was in the sector at the time, the Honourable Minister was leading the charge. He fought both with the government and against the government to protect and defend and strengthen India's first regulator, which is the TRAI. So nobody has made a more seminal contribution to independent regulators. And this is not just word. We filed cases in court, so stood by the, to make sure that there was transparency in decision making, that independent regulators were installed. So taking from that whole belief that you have in policy. The question that I had for you was that there's a lot of conversation today, and there's news around the new legislations that are being discussed on the data governance side. I'll first ask you a question around how do you see this whole discussion of data, in which aspects of it do you think the government should get into? Because we have on one extreme the issue of data being the new oil, and the other side people saying it do this the way that internationally it's done. So where do you see that before I talk about specific actions that might be planned?
Yeah, so thank you, Raj, for asking that. But look, we approach this, our approach is very common sensical. I mean, every conversation around data and the digital economy tends to range from from one end of the spectrum to the other, to the very obtuse, to the extremely purist in a sense. And our approach is very focused on what we believe is the direction of our country in terms of innovation, expanding the innovation ecosystem. We believe that the internet and technology are going to be continuing to be big enablers of the growth and expansion of our economy. The $1 trillion digital economy target that the Honourable Prime Minister has set, which will amount for almost 25% of the total GDP by 25-26. So that is our starting point. And of course, that privacy has been recognized as a fundamental right by the Supreme Court under Article 21. That is the other boundary condition. And the third, in a sense, starting point is the fact that the current legislation, the IT Act, was enacted in 2000 and is really a 22-year-old act that is trying to regulate internet where minutes and seconds and hours constitute a big enough time period. So we believe that our approach is a comprehensive approach. We will enact a new legislative framework that addresses the digital space, that acts as a catalyst for the digital economy, that will enable more and more innovation, that will encourage more and more startups, and at the same time have clearly laid down boundary conditions which will protect the citizens of India and the users of India in terms of openness, in terms of safety and trust, in terms of accountability, so that will be the broad framework. On the data side and the digital data protection side, we, as you know, we withdrew the previous legislation. We will approach Parliament with a comprehensive framework, like I said, of these multiple laws, including a digital data protection law, which will address the rights of the data principle, the obligations of the data fiduciary, which are the companies that deal with the data economy, and allow for the adjudication of the data breaches in a very smooth, efficient manner, very transparent manner. So that is our approach. And of course, there's a third piece to it, which is the National Data Governance Framework and Policy, which addresses the non-personalized data, the anonymized data, the AI ecosystem, and the India Datasets program. So you will see in a very quick succession, or almost together, over the next 3 to 4 months, these new rules, laws, and regulations being rolled out. And it will be, as our Prime Minister repeatedly reminds us, it will be subject to intense public consultation, stakeholder consultation. All of the country will be allowed to involve and invited to involve themselves in this conversation about a framework that will clearly make India succeed in this India's decade or not. And clearly, I'm invested in the narrative that we should succeed.
So that, Hon'ble Minister, is a very interesting view, because in the past, as you know, consultation is usually being done by regulators, and the governments tend to do a little less consultation. The consultation that they do usually is at the parliamentary committees, which is obviously consultation, but it's limited to the people who are invited to depose in front of the parliamentary committee. Now we have 3 legislation, the TRAI Act, the Indian Telegraph Act, and the IT Act 2000, and we're now talking about 3 more. We're talking about the new data protection, privacy bill in some format, the new Digital India Act, and also the draft telecom bill that's being spoken about. So if you could sort of lend some light on how these will coexist with the existing legislations, and second part is, what would be the consultation process? Like, how would we do it in the TRAI fashion, which is put it out, get inputs online, or hold open houses, and then sort of put out people's rejoinder? Because you have really fought for that process, so I know that you will want to follow it. It will help everybody understand.
No, so these laws, these new laws, in a sense, supersede existing legislation.
Okay.
So the Digital India Act will clearly, is intended to supersede and replace the IT Act. There's no question on both of them continue. So in a lot of ways, if I didn't make myself clear, I want to do this again, which is that this new set of laws and rules are going to be the enabling laws and rules and guidelines for the coming decade. Period. So if there are any contradictions with existing laws and the legacy laws, we will get those laws amended. If there are, and clearly some laws will be repeated. In terms of public consultation, it is an article of faith for our government. It is a mandate in terms of our method of governance and policy making. And this is the Prime Minister has repeatedly stressed on this. And we have, as a ministry, done this repeatedly in the recent times in the cyber security directions or in the new IT rules that we are in the next few days going to launch. Conducted deep, intensive consultations that have lasted months. So it's not about something that happens overnight. It is not something that is cosmetic and for optics. It is really a belief that we want to build good legislation, good rules, and a good framework that is win-win for the citizen and the startup and the industry ecosystem. And so we believe that multiple minds around the policy basically ends up giving you a better policy. So we don't approach this with any preconceived directional cues in our mind, as in this is what we want the law to be, or this is what we want the policy to be. The Government of India's approach is that we put out these boundary conditions and architectural principles, create a draft rule or a draft law, and then we put it out there on the website and conduct very deep, well-managed consultations that are documented, recorded, and each of those ideas are thought through, each of the inputs are looked at, and therefore the process takes 1 month, 2 months. In the case of the new rules, we started the process of consultation, I believe, in April, and we are now in May, June, July, August, September, so 4 months on, and it will be released now because we had a significant amount of input and a significant amount of questions and queries and clarifications. And for everything, we also issue FAQs so that the intent of the law, the intent of the bill, intent of the rule, intent of the directions is well understood by all of the stakeholders in the ecosystem.
Thank you. There's just so much going on in the legislation in such a short space of time. As you can imagine, our delegates here are deeply interested in engaging that process. USIBC itself will engage. They have engaged in the past. I'm sure they will be sort of front and center to provide inputs in all of those. So thank you for that opportunity. I'll now transition across to the sort of second piece of our discussion. So this session is about a journey from data governance to advanced manufacturing. It's been said that in terms of manufacturing, while we did exceedingly well on the services side, India came slightly late to the manufacturing party, as it were. And that has many implications on jobs in terms of self-sufficiency. And then took the Honorable Prime Minister a couple of years to kind of get around this whole problem and then start fixing it. He used different strategies first in order to get the products going and then go deeper, and then now the whole semiconductor policy, etc. So, given that, while we're talking about smart manufacturing here, advanced manufacturing here, but if I could just get your view on that piece, starting with the nuts and bolts and where you think we're going to head with that, including the various schemes and policies that the government has.
So I will speak to manufacturing in the digital space and then the technology
Right,
space.
that's fine.
I won't talk about the other aspects of manufacturing. As important as those are, I'm not as well equipped.
And the PLI has about 4 schemes that are in the digital space, so we
I think here is the context in which we should look at Indian manufacturing and how far we've traveled. For several years before 2014, there was an almost a neglect, if you want to call it that, I can't think of a word for it, but the manufacturing sector, the electronics manufacturing sector was given a pass, a go by. And you are wrong in saying that India came late to the manufacturing party, because we had a significant manufacturing sector all the way leading to the 90s and early 2000. It is post 2004 that this sort of a laissez-faire, dependence on imports, and I use this phrase, and this is not a political audience, but I use that anyway. A reckless, opening up of imports and FTAs without really looking at what our core capabilities and capacity should be as a nation, left our manufacturing sectors completely destroyed. It is from 2014 onwards that we have slowly rebuilt and gained confidence that it is something that we can be good at as a nation. And in a lot of ways, that effort, then catalyzed by the PLI schemes, that has taken us to a critical mass in at least 1 or 2 sectors and segments, it is positioning us very well in the post-COVID landscape of significant changes in the supply chains around the world. So I think our ambitions for electronics manufacturing we've made public. We believe we want to be at $300 billion of manufacturing by 25-26. We are currently at about $75 billion. We were at about 12, 14, $20 billion in 2014. We are at $75 billion today, and we want to touch $300 billion. And most importantly, from a point of view of positioning ourselves as a player in or a significant trusted partner in the global value chains, we want our exports to go from the current $12-15 billion number to about $120 billion. There's a significant jump that we want to make there and establish our presence in this very changing global GVCs for electronics. So manufacturing, very, very important component of the $1 trillion digital economy overall pie. We expect that to be, like I said, $300 billion of manufacturing by 2025-26, and significantly growing substantially beyond that. The underlying theme there is, while we have gained some prominence and dominance in the mobile phone category. We want to broaden and deepen the electronics ecosystem. So there's a focus on components, there's a focus on other value-added areas of electronics, including broadening the category of products and platforms that we think India can be a trusted partner in these changing times, in the changing GEC. So that's the ambition, and I think that ambition is a very realistic ambition for us in the near term.
Thank you. You're right, I stand corrected. Actually, in the 90s, the first FDI that opened up was the Lucents and the Fujitsus and the Siemens and the Ericssons, who built up capacity to pull switches in India for the networks, and then we went all the way with Nokia. Became a company that was building an amazing number of phones in volumes and exporting to the world. So I do stand corrected. You're right, and then it can fall, crashed around between 2000, I'd say 11 to 14, and then sort of start back again. So thank you for pointing that out. Taking you from what you just said, I'm going to turn to as somebody who leads Intel and is the vice president of the Intel Foundry and deeply interested. So, by the way, for those who know, she's 29 years, I think, that's so alive for her, and of which since 2005 she's been in India doing incredible work in many different roles. So we're very proud to have her here. Your view of where we are headed, because now we are at a stage where companies such as Intel and other companies that are in the semiconductor space have a real role to play, and there's also, I would say, sufficient policy and schemes in place that will help build the volumes that is required for companies to succeed and become self-sufficient in supply. So how do you see this from where we are 5 years ago to now where we are, where we are headed? Just your perspective.
Sure. Can you hear me? So let me start with a little bit of context. Our Minister Sir just said, we are working. I also want to say that if you look at the trade between the bilateral between India and US, it's also 200 billion, and the goal that I saw USIBC has set is 500 billion. My ask is it's small. We have to double because we can only grow together. India and US have been, the largest democracy with similar vision, global good for humanity. I think our goals need to be bigger. That both Virat and Ministers have been talking about cell phones and mobile phones. Last year we manufactured 300 million, and we were the second largest after China. Of course, China built 1.5 million, so we have ways to grow and ways to go. But that was a big success. And the second thing I want to say is we have been manufacturing cars also to a large extent, not just for the India needs, but for needs of countries like Europe and South Korea as well. So I'm very excited that India is on the path where we can dream and work towards a $1 trillion economy. I also want to say that the last few years, semiconductors have become suddenly very exciting. Even Hertz rental car, salesperson was telling me, ma'am, the car rental is so much more expensive because we sold the cars during the downtime. In 2018, we were consuming 1 GB data per month with our phones. 4 years later, we are now consuming 15 GB per month, and 4 years from now, the prediction is 50 GB. So what we are saying is the need for storage of data, the need for cloud, the need for data centers is going to be at least 4x, just based on the data prediction. To build your own servers, to build your capability to drive your own cloud, for all of the data protection that we're talking about, I think semiconductor will play a huge role. Whether it is building servers for cloud, whether it is your equipment, whether it is phone, or whether it is your car, there's going to be tremendous amount of semiconductor everywhere. I believe we are on the right path. I will speak for myself, and I'm going to urge for all of you to look at. Diversification of supply chain is very important. We cannot have dependence on one single country. So what we as Intel did is we moved a lot of building blocks within a laptop, within a desktop, there are lots of building blocks. In cars, there are building blocks like ECUs, engine control units. So similar building block inside a laptop desktop is a Wi-Fi module. And 10% of Intel's Wi-Fi modules we moved to be manufactured in India. I think that's the journey that we as Intel have begun. And I really believe that we have to continue doing so here in Europe. I honestly believe between India and US, the two largest democracies with similar goals, have to have like a hyperloop that shares data. Very protected, very secure, kind of like a Katina and kind of like a Gaia. If India has to dream about 1 trillion, we have to look at multiple things. Manufacturing being one, like Minister said, 75 million has to go to 200 billion. To enable that, we have to create more value, more partnership. We have to have many ships rising together. So data sharing is important. The last thing I want to say is, COVID has taught us that we can work from anywhere. And I really believe, honestly, that our resources, our very talented resources, should look at what the global needs are and generate skilled people that meet the needs of the global requirement, specifically US, India, and the other nations who we want to work with. I really believe software as a service is very critical. I really believe manufacturing and getting our people ready to be able to build semiconductors, to have people who are qualified to work in a fab. Those are the kind of skills that are important. Software as a service. India is already a nation known to be software. Can we have our software people trained on cloud and edge and provide the largest resource pool for software as a service? And I can tell you, I'll finish with the last thing. There was a time India was looked upon, in a blink, and India conversation was gone in many countries that I have participated, including US and Europe. I'll tell you the discussions that happen in US in forums I participate, that if you overlook India, India will overlook you. How? The examples, and many times I have given this example. When India was looking at getting credit cards, and there were many companies, I don't want to name any, but many companies who were skeptical about credit cards. What India decided, okay, we will go from cash-driven economy to digital economy and digital wallets. So if India's potential, India's capabilities, contributions are looked away, India will move on. So that's the kind of understanding and belief people have about India, and the opportunity is ours. So what can each one of us do to provide that value for the world, from India and for India as well?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sharma, if I could come to you to continue that thread of discussion on advanced manufacturing. You've spent a lifetime in semiconductors, 3D memory architecture, process technology, equipment, if I might add, 13 years at Intel. There is a lot of Intel on the stage today. All my very distinguished guests, including the minister, spent some time at Intel. So this is a strong point. If I could turn to you, sir, and ask you your views on, given this tremendous push that we are seeing, especially since 2016, 17, after the government got its the new government, Mr. Modi got his vision clear. It took about 2 years to get, because we were in a pretty bad shape, as you can imagine. And then we sort of started climbing from there. And now, the Honourable Minister's comment about deepening the piece, which is there's a broadening piece and the deepening piece. And this is exactly where companies such as yours and professionals such as yours have a very strong input and contribution. So if I could ask your view of that and how you see that going forward.
Good. Thank you. Let me start with the sense of optimism that I have seen here both yesterday in the evening when the ministers were talking and today as Honourable Minister was talking about today. Overall, the sense of optimism is unmistakable. Clearly this March that India is the 5th largest economy today, going to be on this progression to be the fourth and the third, and we are going to become this multi-10 trillion dollar economy in the short term. There is an inevitability to it. We could not have said that 10 years ago. Clearly, there is the drive, the willingness, the will, and the commitment to get to that level. Given that this train is going to go there, what is it that we as private sector can do to accelerate it and get up on board? I represent Western Digital. We store 40% of the world's data. Let me repeat that. 40% of the world's data is stored in a Western Digital device. If you take your picture today and post it on Instagram, your better profile is on Western Digital. Given that data, as we say, is the new oil, data is the lifeblood of the economy, etc. Data storage, as you were talking about, becomes paramount. Every morning when I get in India, I get good morning notes with some beautiful pictures there. And that gets forwarded, that gets stored, that gets repeated. In a rudimentary fashion, you can see the multiplication of data. We now are in what we call a zettabyte era. A zettabyte is 10 to the 21 bytes. Unbelievable numbers. And we need to store them, process them, network them, get value out of them, get knowledge out of them, and get wisdom out of them. That's our job. That's what private industry is trying to assist to make this happen. In storing and processing that level of 40% of the world's data, of course, let me go to a narrow depth as we are talking about. Semiconductors form an integral basis of this. Memory and data storage are about 30% of the semiconductor revenue today, the fastest growing segment. Even though Nirmala and all of Intel, my former colleagues, will talk in terms of nanometers and 2 nanometer, 3 nanometer. The faster growth is not there, it is in flash and DRAM memories. And there the manufacturing volumes are very, very high. The entire supply chain, whether you start from design all the way into manufacturing the wafers to assemble them, test them, put them into systems, and put them in the data center, make sure that the data then gets analyzed in them. There is a lot of growth that's happening in India. The first strength that India has, that we tend to take for granted, is our human potential. We have a large operation in Bangalore. The one metric that I use when we hire young graduates from college who come and join us, we hire a lot of them from every engineering college around here, is time to first patent. That's the metric that we closely watched. In India, with that much firepower, we want to make sure intellectual property is created. Intellectual property to think broadly, take our visions wider, making sure we can support this growth that we're looking for. And we have plenty of that. And every year I see that the time from the time that the new college graduate joins to the time he files a patent is growing shorter and shorter, much to my satisfaction. Given that, if you had told me 6-7 years ago, come and set up a factory in India, I would have said, yeah, thank you, good idea. Today, on the other hand, the question is, why am I not here already? Which part of the manufacturing chain should I start first? How quickly can I expand? The government is doing its part. The PLA schemes, those are all there. The government is interacting, the government is taking the effort to do the right things. But my colleagues here in the audience, the private sector, has a very, very large role to play. We want the government to be an enabler, but I don't want to create a dependency. In the end, it is the markets that we serve, which is where I started. If we end up being this multi-10 trillion economy and the consumption is in India, I cannot afford to not have the diversity of manufacturing in India. So, to finish the story from the beginning, the inevitability is here. It's only which of us will be here, which of us will get on this train, which of us will enable this train to accelerate, which of us will benefit the most out of this transformation. Data is going to drive it. Anyone participating in the data economy better get on this train and manufacturing fast.
Thank you. We've got about 5 minutes left, Hon'ble Minister. I'm going to, since this is primarily a US audience of CXOs and policy heads and technology heads of US companies, and also diplomats, also Indian companies who are also deeply interested in this India-US space. And that's also the construct of USIBC and the work the outstanding work they do to support this bilateral relationship in many ways, most importantly trade. If I could ask you, in this journey that you've outlined, especially in the data governance space, a little bit of the manufacturing, if you could also focus, what could be the role, including the point that Nirmala made about we need an engagement with US government, US businesses, in arrangements so that these two countries that are sort of termed as the maybe democracy, the oldest democracy, defining relationship with the 21st. There are quotes and quotes from presidents and prime ministers. What is it that your message would be? What is it we should be doing as industry, and what is your sort of expectation, and how best can we engage on what issues?
Yeah, so I'm going to take up from where both Shiva and Nirmala made their points. I think one of the important realizations is that we are now in an era of significant opportunity. And we've danced around this issue for several years, and we are a democracy, all of that has happened. But we are at a point today where the digital opportunity is just $1 trillion plus opportunity. It's a real opportunity. And there are two other moving parts here that I want everybody to focus on. That the future of technology, in my opinion, there's going to be considerable changes. There are lots of other innovation and disruption down the road as we go down this road of this huge opportunity. There is a need for more a framework of cooperation and collaboration between nations, such as the US and India, in shaping the contours of direction of the vector of this future direction. And left unsaid is if you don't do it, somebody else will, and that somebody else is not somebody we want to decide the future of technology. So that is number one. Number two is, I think, in terms of data and the future of the internet and all of these things that we have discussed, including challenges on how to deal with big tech, so the regulatory and policy framework to regulate technologies or the internet, again, I believe there are silos that have developed over the last 4 or 5 years, and it's time for countries like the US and India to come up, sit down, figure out a framework, whether it is the G20, whether it is something else, whether it's a Quad, and actually start putting pen to paper and saying, this is what we want to be the architecture of the future of the regulation, or the regulatory framework, or the guidelines, or whatever you want to call it, about the future of the internet. Because otherwise, we will end up with, your crypto is not my crypto. I'll give you an example. My crypto is not your crypto. And spending a lot of meaningless time and energy on regulating locally, but having the phenomenon become what we all know, technology is going to be global, and the footprint of that is very, very difficult to isolate down to specific countries. So I think, look, this is a huge opportunity. I've spent several years in the space and have a finely developed sense of intuition about this than having meetings with very, very learned and wise people from the industry validate that we are on the cusp of something really big. And it's for partnerships to develop and evolve to make those opportunities real and to benefit our citizens, benefit our startups on both sides of this equation of India and US.
Thank you. I'll take a short comment from both of you. Do the first and then you on in the US and finally this will close.
I actually already said, and I think India and US need to amp up more because if we continue at the pace, then we will neither of us will be growing to the goals that we've set for ourselves. Today the trade is 200 billion, and the contribution from technology is also 200 billion. And if we want to look at 1 trillion economy, I feel that the India-US trade has to target 1 trillion rather than 500 billion, and which means that each of the countries has to contribute to each of the countries' growth. And we can do that with leveraging each other's strength. And like Virat said, Siva said, people is our strength. I really look at people, our strength, software, our strength, and data as our strength. And then the last thing, which is most important ingredient, our passion. We are not complacent. Many of the countries who have been enjoying, greater than $10,000 GDP per capita can get complacent. We are not. And Siva said that he felt the energy. I feel it day in, day out in Intel. So all of that is our strength, and we have to leverage that as a partner.
If you visited Beijing, that's for sure. Nobody's complacent there, that's for sure.
So there is a famous quote from the hockey player Wayne Gretzky. You want to skate to where the puck will be, not where the puck was. Which is the most important point today. There have been past histories, past behaviors. That does not matter. We know where we need to be. We need to always skating towards that. As the minister said, there are going to be technology disruptions. Today's technologies will be replaced by better, newer, faster that are going to be coming in front of us. Startups are going to be out there disrupting everybody's business model all the time. Our job is to be nimble, believe in the inevitability of the growth, make the investments, commit, and get over here quickly.
Thank you. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The leadership of USIBC is here. The message is clear. Looking for a stronger, deeper relationship, engagement, cooperation amongst two countries. You heard about the journey. You heard how the three panelists have laid out the future. They trusted me, and the energy that is in this room, as was said, was palpable last evening, and continues to be. If you visited Beijing, I can promise you it is full of action, 24/7. We're on this, and thank you, Mr. Minister. Thank you, my very distinguished panelists. A round of applause for my thank you.
This is an initiative of India Idea Summit, and on behalf of the Minister, a cluster of 5 trees are going to be planted for our environment. I request on that occasion the panelists to present the photograph. Could you please gather for a group photograph? Thank you very much, ma'am and gentlemen, for that lovely session.
Well done. Really great session. Really appreciate it. Great job, guys. And he's been a great and active component of
invited to the US India Business Council and that we can gather together again in person. And I wish I could be with you there at the Taj Palace in New Delhi.
My own city. But
where do you live now?
I'm in Delhi, but I still have a house in Nirmala Sitharaman.
Nice to meet you.
We are not
Do I really need to learn maths? It's more coding, it's more algorithms, it's more language skills, maybe even soft skills, to enhance that whole access to not just education, training and skilling, but even for financial inclusion. So I mean, I think we have to change
Break the
our
model.
mindset.
No, we have to break the model and not think of the old generational way, and I think NP is going some direction in that. But we also then have to look at how do we build on NP in terms of modular skilling, learning all the time, because it's not once and done. It's a constant evolution that we have to work at. It was a hard problem to solve. And since I have only 2 more minutes, I thought I'll give you another very hard problem to solve: climate change. Women are always at the worst end of it. It's a threat that's going to impact women more than it's going to impact men in terms of climate change. And I want your comments to start with, since you have Mike.
Thank you. So I mean, if you look at in terms of climate change vulnerability, women are at the the end of it. But at the same time, it's the women who have the knowledge to actually combat this, because they have the knowledge in terms of intrinsic knowledge of whether it's cropping, whether it's migration. How do you put in indigenous knowledge into real practice? So I think one has to look at, again, we go back to, it's again training, access, financial inclusion. We go back to all that.
Or
And it's
give them
women
the
who are,
agency, or what you're saying is give them the
and
agency to be part of climate change.
Government of India and your ministry, minister has already promulgated some amazing programs. I mean, if you look at what you talked about, the Jaishankar Yojana, it's not about, we have to now go beyond that financial inclusion part, right? And how do you build these entrepreneurs? If you look at the self-help groups, do we look at, hardcore skilling at some of them? Anganwadi programs, one district, look at doing a skill set which will make them actually, persevere in this real world of today. So we have these amazing government programs, and I think it's just how we bring them.
Help the government meet its ESG goals. That's an interesting one, a big one.
It's all about
Yes.
sustainability and sustainability.
I think there has to be a quantification of the gender impact of climate change. That I don't think is readily and freely available. The second aspect is how do you use the agency of women to correct certain challenges that climate change is thrown to us. Let's say, let me just take the template that Devyani is working with. We talk about millets. How does that help in soil conservation? How does that help in reduction of use of water? These are very sustainable ways of living which help the agency of women and enterprise. There is a huge market today for sustainably developed products and nutrition. So I think that as a policy maker, for me, I need to first quantify what is the female impact and what is the agency of women that can be used to combat climate change.
Brilliant. Well, I'm being signaled that we're well out of time. We have actually just touched on the surface of a very complex topic, and we've gone a little like tea tasting everywhere. So more discussions needed on this, but big problem to solve, and I think we have some solution and a lot of work in progress. And I want to thank this panel and Mr. Yu for this very engaging conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Truly a very engaging conversation. I congratulate all of you for making this such an interesting session. I would like to welcome Ambika Sharma, the MD of USIBC, and Ambassador Keshap to please come up and present the green certificate to the Hon'ble. 5 trees being planted on the Minister's behalf.
Madam Minister, these are Sundarbuns, and we're trying to do a little bit for India's ecological balance and habitat preservation.
If I request all of you to gather together for a group photograph.
Thank you. This was a great panel. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Could have had you for longer. And you just moved a little bit.
Resolved, ma'am. I just wanted to come say thank you. Because you just said that sampling happening in medical devices. I would like to. Happy to help. Yeah.
Well, it's got a golf course on the property and must try it.
We do want to come and spend a little more time as a follow-up. Just to, we'll probably come across to see you.
Look forward. Thank you for the conversation.
Thanks for that.
Sorry.
That's my OSD. Okay. Any support want to reach out, you can just give a card.
I'll give my card to you. Nice to meet you. Ma'am, can you be in this model?
Yes.
And we are hospitality.
Can I have your card?
I don't have any more left.
Okay, I'll take it from. Yeah, I mean, we're in touch. Yeah, we'll be in touch.
Thank you so much.
Very nice. You can email me.
Hi ma'am, this is Vishal, policy correspondent in India to the group.
Right. And I would like to come and meet you.
Here or not, if you are not here and you are missing something, that's all I can say. Now, what are the sectors which I am going to add? You see, we've already, as I said, we are already adding a lot of solar, we are adding a lot of wind. Now, I am changing the mix a bit. We are adding solar, we are adding wind, we are adding solar wind hybrid, we are adding solar wind hybrid with storage. And basically, we are also expanding our hydropower capacity. Now, one change which I am bringing about is storage. Now, I can't switch over entirely to green unless I have storage, because naturally, I mean, the solar will not be available in the evening and wind will not be available when it does not blow. So I need storage. Now, the problem, of course, is that storage is expensive. I came out with a bid for 1,000 megawatt hours of storage. That bid has been finalized. In fact, it was one of the largest bids for storage in the world. And in fact, all my bids will be one of the largest bids in the world because our size is so big. Now, the rates which I got, about 9 rupees 30 paise, which is almost about 12 US cents. That's a bit expensive. It's a bit expensive because my power cost from solar is in the region of, let us say, 2.5 or 2.6 US cents. So 2.6 US cents and a cost of storage of about 11 US cents. That's 5 times the cost of the energy which will be stored, and that's per kilowatt hour per unit. That's the cost. So I'm going to, the only way to bring down the price of storage, I think, is to start manufacturing here and to add volume. So that's what I'm going to do. Now, we've already come out with a bid for manufacturing of storage. That bid was well subscribed. I don't know whether any of you competed. If you did, you missed out. So that bid was a PLI, production linked incentive bid, and it resulted in tying up capacities, manufacturing capacities of 50,000 megawatts of storage. Now we'll come out with another bid, again for storage, which will be, this was agnostic. The next bid, PLI, production linked incentive bid, which I'm going to come out with, will be only for grid level storage. Now that is necessary because the requirements of storage for electrical mobility are slightly different, in fact quite different, from the requirements of storage for grid level electricity, where you want to store thousands of megawatt hours as we need to do. And so the chemistry required in that will be slightly different. It will not be lithium ion per se. Lithium ion would be good for, let's say, four-wheeler mobility and things like that. But for grid scale storage, probably some newer salts, newer chemistries will be required. We'll be coming out with a PLI for that. So you can prepare for that. Again, will be one of the largest bids in the world for manufacturing of storage. And as I said, you see the great advantage which we have, which I have. I have 2 advantages actually. So what we have done is that is because of that size. It has enabled me to do that. One thing which this has done is, the size has done, and the fact that we connected every home did was that my demand is increasing. So I have space to add renewables. And that increasing demand I am meeting mostly by renewables, 80-90%. We are meeting by renewables, the increased demand. And that's how it will continue to be. So that is one advantage, major advantage which I have. And the other major advantage which I have, of course, is the fact that, we are a huge market. And because we have a determination that we shall transition faster than anybody else in the world. So, and that determination means that, his whole huge market is available. So that's why if I come out with a bid for manufacturing, it's hugely subscribed. So we came out with a production linked incentive bid for manufacturing of solar cells modules right from polysilicon upwards. So that was again hugely subscribed. So now we are coming out with another bid. The first bid, you see, we are one of the biggest markets for solar cells, modules, etc. What was happening was that our neighbor to the north, we had some manufacturing here, but our neighbor to the north, China, it was dumping cells, modules at very, very low prices, trying to kill our industry. So we put a safeguard duty. That didn't work. Then we put up a barrier of about 40% customs duty, and we decided that we'll give production linked incentive for manufacturing here. So the first round resulted was for about 4,500 crores. That resulted in manufacturing capacity, additional manufacturing capacity of about 10 gigawatts from polysilicon upwards. I'm going to come out with another bid which will be 4 times that, in fact 4.5 times that. That will be 19,500 crores. So that will bring in almost about 40,000 gigawatts of manufacturing capacity from polysilicon upwards. So that is another bid which is in the offing. The other bids which are in the offing are for green hydrogen and green ammonia. We have the advantage of the plentiful sun and plentiful wind. So our renewable energy prices are will be and will continue to be one of the lowest in the world, especially once we start this domestic manufacturing chain of high efficiency solar cells and modules from polysilicon onwards. So my renewable energy costs will be one of the lowest in the world. That will mean that my green hydrogen costs are already, my calculations show that they are competitive without any PLI, mind you. My green hydrogen costs are competitive without any PLI. My companies and companies from India have already signing up contracts. So we shall be the biggest hub for manufacture of green hydrogen and green ammonia in the world. That again is our objective. So future bids, what we are doing is, we are laying down mandates. That's one of the things which enabled us to grow our renewable energy capacity, and we reached 40% in no time flat. And again, for green hydrogen, we are laying down mandates that we want the industries here to convert from fossil fuel feedstock to non-fossil fuel feedstock, means green hydrogen, green ammonia, in a certain time frame. So we lay down mandates that in first year, this percent will have to be replaced by green, next year this percent will have to be replaced by green, etc. So that gives a market. So that makes our bids huge, and that gives us the advantages of scale. So again, that's and all my bids are agnostic. You can be company from anywhere. You are welcome to come and compete. If your prices are least, you will get it. What we have done, of course, is that we made the entire system transparent. We have a robust dispute mechanism, dispute resolution mechanism in place, and we stand by the investor. So that's why so much investment is coming. I am always available and I am always there, and I stand by the investor. So I make sure that you invest money, you will get a good return. In fact, all my companies are growing rapidly, and they will continue to grow rapidly. So green hydrogen and green ammonia is another sunrise sector, in which I don't think outside of China, no other country can compete with us. Next, of course, is offshore wind. So that also we have done the preliminary work. We should be able to come out with offshore wind bids in the next 2-3 months. That's my time horizon. And there will be 2 types of bids. One sector we have already surveyed, LIDAR, wind speed measurements, etc. All that has been done. And we get the clearances before we bid it out. So you don't have any problem about getting clearances. And the other sector, we have not carried out this wind speed surveys, etc. We'll lease out the ocean bed to you, that ocean surface and bed to you. For 5 years, 6 years, you carry out your survey. And thereafter, you choose whatever site has the best wind speeds, etc. And whatever sites will give you the best US, and thereafter we'll hold the bid. Months, my demand has been growing at 18%, can you imagine that? But I haven't had any power outage, or my power costs have not gone up through the roof like in most countries. It happened for maybe 5, 7, 10 days, but we took corrective action and that was taken care of. So now that is how I aim for it to be going forward. My demand will continue increasing, it will continue increasing because we are a huge country and we are growing. The great news is that we are growing, we are one of the fastest growing economies, large economies in the world, will continue to be so. So by the offshore wind bids, and we have to begin with a modest target of about 60 gigawatts by 2030. Hopefully we shall cross that. As I said again, I'll conclude by saying the same thing. If you're not here, you are missing something. Thank you.
That very, very informative talk of yours. And I'm aware Mr. Ganesh Srinivasan, CEO of Tata Power Delhi Distribution Limited, is in a hurry, but we would love to hear from you and listen to your remarks. Welcome.
Thanks, sir. Thanks for your dynamic leadership, because of which India has been really able to accelerate its energy transition. I really compliment Government of India for really approaching this energy transition in a very systematic manner, first focusing on access, reliability, then the whole structurally looking at how the AT&C loss, which is the aggregate technical commercial loss reduction. A lot of work has been done in terms of technology, policy and framework so that we are able to move to smart metering. It's probably the largest smart metering program by a country that we as India will be taking up across multiple states. So that's a huge business opportunity as well. And apart from the fact that it can reduce loss, AT&C loss, it has a huge benefit to the customer as well because of the availability of data, disaggregated data, slot-wise data which will be available to the distribution company, to the customer, to be able to plan better, to be able to project better. So apart from the transition that we will be doing in the green space, there's a whole change that we expect in the customer experience because of smart metering, because of the multiple policies that the Government of India has brought in, including what is right now in the annual, which is the choice to the customer, choice to the end customer. That's another big game changer that we expect to see. Also, the whole transition from to the green energy is something this in the next 5 years, including multiple steps that have been taken for RPO, green hydrogen, as the Hon'ble Minister said, storage, and multiple other steps. So I would like to just compliment what the Minister said and say that the Indian industry, particularly the Indian power sector, is fully behind the energy transition. Also, the way the Government of India, including under the leadership of the Honourable Minister, has taken really the bull by the horns in terms of payment security from the distribution companies. I think that gives a lot of comfort to the investors. So thank you, sir, once again for your dynamic leadership, and we look forward to achieving all our targets much better. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Srinivasan. I now request Mr. Tulsi Tanti, Chairman of Suzlon Energy, for the closing remarks for this panel discussion. Thank you.
Very good afternoon, Honourable Minister. We really appreciate your time and presence with us. And what I'd like is you don't require people like us, iPad or not, so everything, you have everything in your 5 days. And with the perfect numbers, I really appreciate that. Shows the commitment and dedication towards the sector. And that's giving us huge motivation to drive the business and sector. The post-COVID global economic environment is going through the huge transformations. Not only that, the geopolitical disturbance has disturbed the complete the energy market, and high priority for more than 200 countries to focus on energy transition. It's a great opportunity for India and US. This is accelerating by the high focus on the climate risk and geopolitical conflict will unlock a lot of new potentiality, new industry segment and new opportunities. This has resulted the high priority for energy transitions for the entire world. Given this context, both India and US government has already taken high positivity and visionary steps in these directions. The way Minister Sahab has already explained, India in last 4 to 5 years taken so many initiatives, and today we have reached the renewable energy capacity 160 plus gigawatt, which was just 40 gigawatts. So 3-4 times it is a capacity is added in last 5 to 7 years. It is the great news. At the same time, our per capita energy consumption is very low.
And the way Minister has explained is now the more connections and to each and every population has the access of the energy. So the per capita energy, we are the lowest in the world, can increase. So the need of energy is also increasing, population is increasing, the demand is increasing for the industrial and manufacturing areas. So India needs more and more energy from 400 gigawatt to 1600 gigawatt by 2050. So that is a great the window, and that will be satisfied through the renewable only, because that is the only energy source is the most cheapest in our country without any fiscal benefit. I think that is the great achievement of the government and industries. The similar US has also made the huge progress with currently the Biden government setting an Inflation Reduction Act with the ambitious targets. I think it's the best in the world. The new programs given by the governments, and it will support the renewable energy in the big way for the wind, solar, and hydrogen and ammonia capacity. The nearly more than $370 billion program, or maybe it will go beyond that. I think it's a great the move is there. Among many programs by the Indian government, one prominent program allows the national grid to be used for the producing the green fuel. Here I would like to share with you very important strategic decisions. Rather than giving just fiscal benefit, India has given the whole national grid is available. We can produce power, wind and solar, any part of the country, and we can take it to the power to the ports and produce the green fuel and export, and no charges is required. So really it is a very good initiative. And the same thing for our industries, large industries, road, cement, in the chemicals or textiles, or the cement, steel plants, they can also get the same way energy for the captive without the national grid any charges. So it's a billing, banking and free charges. It is a very unique, any part of the world such policy is not there, and because of that, the cost of energy, what we are producing at the location, we are getting at the consumption level. This is a very good initiative. US also think for that, because today $40 is the renewable energy megawatt hour price is in the US is there. If you use this simple policy framework, it will go down to $20 cent. So $20 megawatt hour will come. So 50% power cost can be reduced to produce the hydrogen and ammonia by the policy framework alone, which India is already practicing and working the very well. While the government of both the countries are doing remarkable work, now it is a time for industries to take over and to execute the both sides of the target, and how we can create a synergy benefit. Both US and India company has a huge complementary skill in the area of R&D, supply chain and asset investment. The window of both sides is a more than $1 trillion investment, but biggest opportunity is in technology, manufacturing, not just for the domestic market. We have 190 countries are available for the export from India and US. We can leverage that in a big way, because whole world is looking these things, but it should be affordable and sustainable. And that India and US jointly can provide, which we can easily compete jointly the neighboring country. That is the biggest strategy we should leverage and work together, not just 100% production in US or 100% production in India, but each product has some component. US is very competitive, like polysilicon we can produce in US, rest of we can produce in India, for example. The rotor blades produce in US, turbine produce in India. So there is a complementary strengths are available, and that way we can make a global competitiveness for the world market. So while helping the world in this energy transition journey to create a better world for the future generation, both India and US to unlock the true potential of the global renewable energy through USIBC. As I bring this session on a close, I would like to thank our Hon'ble new Renewable Energy Minister of Finance, because truly he has contributed not to build this sector, not just the policy and regulatory. Anytime, any moment, any industry player is going, he has an answer for that. He has action for that, and he has implementation. I think that is helping us and motivating us, and to building more and more confidence to invest in these sectors. It is giving a great pleasure. So thank you very much, sir, taking time and adding immense value through our address, which I am sure will benefit the energy transitions plan for both the country, India and USA. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Climate crisis and reaching our shared goal of a net zero economy. I like to request both our panelists Mr. Ramesh Srinivasan and Mr. Tulsi Tanti, along with Ambassador Keshap, to please present the Green Certificate to our Honorable Minister for Power and New and Renewable Energy, Shri R.K. Singh, in the Sundarbans. I would like to request gentlemen to please assemble for a group photograph.
Sir, slightly move toward this side, right?
How's that?
Thank you so much. Gentlemen, thank you very much for taking out the time and for sharing all that information with us. Can I have a round of applause, please?
The D3D National Facility, owned by the U.S. Department of Energy and operated by us in San Diego, is the focal point of the U.S. fusion program. As both countries envision fusion playing a central role in meeting their long-term energy independence and climate goals, I think jointly developing a net electric fusion reactor with India under a cooperative scientific, technical, and manufacturing program should definitely be explored. The U.S. and Indian public and private sectors working together would intensify and accelerate the progress in ensuring that both our nations have the latest, best, and most cost-effective nuclear technologies at our disposal. Today, we are joined by the Honorable Secretary of the United States Department of Energy, Jennifer Granholm, over a video message. Secretary Granholm was sworn in as the 16th Secretary of Energy on February 25th, 2021. The Honorable Secretary has previously led the state of Michigan, as many of you know, as its governor from 2003 to 2011. Secretary Granholm was also elected as an Attorney General of Michigan and served as the state's top law enforcement officer from 1998 to 2002. After 2 terms as governor, she joined the faculty of the University of California, Berkeley as a distinguished professor of practice in the Goldman School of Public Policy, focusing on the intersection of law, clean energy, manufacturing, policy, and industry. She is an honors graduate of both the University of California, Berkeley and Harvard Law School. I invite all of you to listen to her important message. Thank you.
All of you about the future of energy and the role that our nations can and really must play in shaping that future. This is an unprecedented time for global energy markets. COVID-19 obviously has wreaked havoc on our supply chains alongside our health. Vladimir Putin has weaponized oil and gas in his unconscionable war against Ukraine, which has exposed serious security vulnerabilities embedded in fossil fuel-powered economies. And of course, with each passing day and each molecule of carbon that we burn, climate change looms larger over us. And all of this points to one inescapable truth and a straightforward solution, which is we can't afford to maintain our overdependence on fossil fuels. And with advances in clean energy technologies, we don't have to confront the climate impacts that are ravaging both of our nations, but to ensure that our people have access to the affordable, reliable, clean energy that they need to thrive. And that's why at last year's Climate Leaders Summit, President Biden and Prime Minister Modi launched the US-India Climate and Clean Energy Agenda 2030. And that agenda and our revitalized strategic clean energy partnership has committed our countries to collaborate around clean energy innovation and accelerating our decarbonization efforts, both of us. And that, in turn, positions us to seize an enormous opportunity that'll grow our economies and that'll create new, good-paying jobs that lift families up. The global clean energy market is projected to reach $23 trillion by the end of this decade. That is huge. And we know that if the United States and India jump in to stake their claim, the rest of the world will follow. And that market will just keep growing. So there's no time to waste. And we are thrilled to support India's vision of becoming a global hub for clean energy. And I'm really proud to say that under President Biden's leadership, the United States is moving forward with a vision of our own. Now that the US Congress has passed President Biden's agenda, we have the resources to reach our ambitious climate goals and to build up clean energy industries that'll give us cleaner air and better health and all those new good-paying jobs. So over the next decade, we're going to put over $500 billion behind clean energy and climate action. And we'll be counting on our strategic clean energy partnership to stretch those dollars as far as they can go. Together, we can complement and enhance our respective efforts to crack the code on next generation technologies like clean hydrogen or energy storage, carbon capture. Those technologies will not only advance our decarbonization goals, but also support a just transition for our fossil energy workers. We can build clean energy supply chains that disempower hostile nations. And we can create new investment opportunities for our respective business communities so they can do what they do best, which is scale up to commercialization. Our collaboration, not just national government to national government, but subnational to subnational and engagement with industry as well. All that collaboration is going to drive down the costs of clean energy. It will ensure affordable, reliable, clean energy supply for all of our citizens, and it'll open up new pathways for decarbonization to the entire world. So let's work together to turn progress at home into progress all over the world. Let's raise our ambitions on climate action. Let's raise our bets on clean energy. Let's use this partnership to inspire broader multilateral action through platforms like Mission Innovation and the Clean Energy Ministerial and the Quad and the COP. And let's ensure that years from now, when we look back on this unprecedented time, that we see it as the moment that India and the United States took a stand together and led the world into a clean energy future. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer Granholm, for those important remarks on the need for urgent climate action. So far, today's program has been filled with food for thought on how our two societies can cooperate on the greatest challenges of our time. Time for a tea break, coffee break? Yes, no, maybe? Okay.
Really great turnout. Yeah. I mean, that in fact, it set the tone for the rest of the day. The turnout in the morning was, people were standing, and just look how beautiful the stage looks.
Oh, yeah.
It's marvelous. I just fell in love with, that lighting, the stairs, and it just looks very nice.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Education system. Yes. Heads and standards. Completely. एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर बना के रखे
and that's why we need to hear them. So they are investing in their manpower, skills, and making them learn the global standards to make them more competent and harmonize them to operate in a world that is in a post-COVID, in a post-pandemic, post-war world, which is very different from a world that we left behind just 3 years ago. So if I may start with Sanjeev Singh. India is playing an important role in the G20. We are going to be president of G20 next year. As a geopolitical and a geo-economic leader, we have provided leadership in finance and in the Sherpa tracks that you have done for global cooperation, economic stability and sustainable growth. How are these growth drivers going to impact entrepreneurial growth in India? And will these initiatives start or incubate startups in this country, not just to work for India, but in a G20 platform, which is essentially in a global platform?
So thank you, Nani, and thank you, Atul, for letting me a part of this discussion report. So USIBC is not new to me. I have been friends with USIBC. I have been meeting friends from USIBC, both in India and in the US. Of course, I've had the pleasure of meeting some USIBC members on one-on-one in the past couple of days. Now, specifically coming to this, so I must tell you, I represent Niti Aayog. It's a national institution for transforming India. So it is a part of the government. Our chairman is the Prime Minister of India. We are, in a sense, the brain trust of the Prime Minister, also a think tank. But at the same time, we advise on policy on various issues relating to various subjects which concern the government. The ultimate policy making, of course, is done by the ministries concerned and then follows the procedure of the government. So that also brings to light an important role which we at NITI feel proud of playing, which is we love to interact with those who are ultimately, we aim to benefit from the policies. So in fact, I was sharing with Ambassador Keshap just before the session that please do feel free to come to us, tell us where you think we need to revisit our policies, to maybe reconsider it, where you think a policy may be causing a certain challenge somewhere. So we are open to those ideas. We are the ones who are willing to absolutely listen to you. Of course, the whole government and the present administration is open to listening and open to change. So we at NITI, we feel this is our cutting edge, we can offer that to you. So having said that, with a little brief, let me answer the question which you specifically asked about India, which is poised to become the president of the G20 in December this year. So in fact, India has already assumed its position as part of the Troika, along with Indonesia, India, and of course Brazil, which is next. So first and foremost, India views G20 as one of the most important world organizations, forum, which represents 85% of the global GDP and 60% of the global population and 75% of trade. So within these 20 countries, 10 developed and 10 emerging economies, together represent a very powerful force which not only set the agenda, global agenda, but also have this very important mandate of building consensus. So when India assumes presidency in December 2022, this year, we are absolutely aware of this very crucial role which India will be playing. And I can share with you that the preparations for this have been on since the time it was declared that India is going to be president. So they're really at a very high key right now. So India also finds itself in a very unique position in time because it's the second nation. So after Indonesia, India, and Brazil, and then South Africa. So there are going to be like 4 emerging economies who are going to be emerging as the presidents of G20. And so this agenda which India is going to be setting up is not only going to be an agenda which is going to be for a year or 2 years, but we are poised to build an agenda which has a legacy. The opportunity which we feel that India has got is also absolutely coming at a time when what the Prime Minister calls the Amrit Kal, the nectar time, the 25 years of leading up to the 100 years of India's independence in 2047. So we are in that time, and this is the year in which we are taking on the role of leadership of a powerful and an influential forum like G20. We feel we are absolutely poised, correctly positioned to really make the best of this role and responsibility, because India has really shown through its own example. First and foremost, India has emerged as the fastest growing economy among all leading economies in the world. Secondly, India has made the fastest recovery pre-pandemic to post-pandemic. The sharpest V-curve you see has been in India. We have exceeded our pre-pandemic levels of growth. Thirdly, many of us who have followed India's resilience in dealing with COVID. So in July this year, we have vaccinated, we have delivered about 2 billion doses, 200 crore doses. So the entire nation has already been vaccinated, not once, twice. And many of us have received the booster dose. So today we are sitting in a very comfortable environment with little or few masks, is because of this massive stride which we have made, not only in terms of vaccinating our population, but ensuring that the vaccines are made available across the world. So, another important topic, Indrani, which I must really flag, which concerns us all, is climate. Please understand, India has taken the responsibility of development of its people. We have a 130 crore population which we really want to lift very quickly. But at the same time, we are very cautious that when we do that, we don't leave a carbon footprint like other economies which may have done so in the very recent past. So we are very cautious about that. So we are cautious about our responsibility that in terms of climate change, we are at both ends. We are at one end absolutely committed to fulfilling our responsibilities which we have made in COP26. In fact, recently the NDCs, upgraded NDCs have been announced, and we have gone even beyond what we have committed at COP26. Secondly, we have also proposed a people-powered climate action. So which I will be talking a little bit later if I get the opportunity, which is on life. So another important area is that through G20, what you just asked, we are looking to have greater, wider and deeper engagement with most of the nations, inviting them to come and participate in development by building GBCs across nations. Because we have seen that resilient GBCs is a need of the hour, and India is going to lead by example. And last but not the least, because there are many points I can say, and I can see Indrani signaling me to that, but specifically what Indrani asked about the entrepreneurship. So India has emerged as the third largest ecosystem for startups in the world. So in fact, I was looking at the 105 unicorns which we have got, which are about $338 billion US, out of which in 2021 and 2022, when we were just battling COVID and emerging out of it, that's when our unicorns were being born. So you can imagine the resilience of the Indian ecosystem. So with this, what we are presenting to the world is that we are a country which is demonstrating by example, by how we can really build consensus, how a country like India, even when it is battling various inflationary pressures, supply side mostly, various issues because of COVID, and other geopolitical issues, can still do extremely well. So we are a perfect example. So no wonder we consider ourselves to be best poised to build a consensus.
Thank you, Sanjeev, for your remarks. I have a question, additional question for you, which is we do see most of the companies that certainly USIBC is associated with, as well as I suppose companies that you come into contact with, have weathered the COVID storm quite well. But there is another class of entrepreneurs, of businesses that may not have done so well. You know, the micro entrepreneurs, the small scale micro enterprises. I was wondering if you have any ideas of how Indian and US companies can work together or can cooperate to help these companies, these small and medium-sized companies, to cross the hump.
In fact, I was hoping I would hear more from Paul on this, but let me take my minute and share this. So, an important point about India's response to COVID was not to pave the road with notes, with rupees. There was a very strong pressure that we need to really, really dish out the cash, if I may use this very casual term. To really pass the money down. We did, but in a very targeted manner. So the result of that, the fact that we resisted this temptation of really, putting the money in the hands of people, not really following it up, the result is that we've been able to recover much faster than many of the developed economies in the world who use this technique of really, trying to beat. And today they are facing huge inflationary pressures. MSMEs, did they suffer in COVID? Of course they did. Micro enterprises, of course they did. Have they fully recovered? No. We are absolutely cautious of it, right? And there are targeted programs and schemes, and I will be speaking more about them if I get the time. But I would like to, in fact, request whenever Paul and Atul take up this thing, that they will be able to share more about how many US companies are really working alongside our MSMEs, which I'm aware. I don't want to take it there. So, back to you.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Since we referred to you, Paul, you have a commitment of $10 billion in exports from India, and I presume a lot of your sourcing comes from exactly these small and medium-scale enterprises. How does that fit into both your global sort of strategy, and how does that blend with the Make in India, the Atmanirbhar Bharat program that has been rolled out by the government?
Yeah, thanks, Indrani, and like others have said, it's great to be here. I've been struck by, and I'm joining the chorus in saying this, but throughout the last 2 days, the positive way in which everybody's talking about all the issues that we're talking about. I cover the globe, and that's not always the case in all of the markets we work in, and I think shared values is very consistent with that. And you've heard some of the speakers that some of us heard last night, Finance Minister this morning. Everybody's talked, not everybody's called it shared values, some have, but everybody's talked about the same thing, and that's a relationship, a commercial relationship that's not just transactional, but is about, if you're a U.S. company, it's what are we bringing that is, about, creating that shared value. And, for Walmart, and I think get more specifically to your question in a moment, but if any of you have spent time with someone from Walmart, or particularly if you've been to Bentonville, where we're headquartered, you'll know that Sam Walton reference, our founder, is not far away, and that's, Sam Walton, when he started Walmart, never said the words shared value, but how he talked about why he was starting the company, to create a company that can make a difference in people's lives and positively impact those who have an interest in our business and the communities in which we operate. that's why Walmart was founded, and we try to be true to that, in which we are, doing things, and this gets into the exports that are good for our business, but at the same time good for the stakeholders that are most important to us, and that's our customers. That's why we exist, is to serve our customers, our employees, our associates, our suppliers, both big suppliers and small, and the communities where we operate. In India, you mentioned exports, which that's really is top of mind for us right now. There's a huge opportunity out there. India, we've got one of our major global sourcing hubs in Bangalore, so it's already and has been for 20 years an important sourcing market for Walmart, but it can be a lot more. And so we made a commitment, and we've never made this kind of commitment in any market, but our CEO made the commitment that by 2027, we will be sourcing at least $10 billion per year from India, which is more than tripling what we're doing now. We know that doesn't happen by itself. That happens by us bringing our ability to see what products our customers need, where there are opportunities in India to meet those needs, help suppliers. This is MSMEs. They need to become skilled and trained to be able to enter global supply chains, whether it's our supply chain or whether it's competitors' supply chains. And so I can speak a bit more about it, but we're really investing in different development programs, and specifically the MSMEs, to help them reach supply chains, Indian supply chains, global supply chains, and bringing our scale to identify those products and get them into the supply chain. And again, that's something that ultimately is good for all of those stakeholders that I mentioned.
So it's interesting you spoke about this, and that seems like an ecosystem to help the Indian export system. Is there a spin-off, or is there a way that this benefit can become part of the Indian domestic manufacturing system as well?
Yeah, and I'd say everything I just talked about. So I'm going to give you one more specific example. So we've got a supplier development program called the 3D Supplier Development Program that we launched a couple of years ago. We've now trained almost 20,000 MSMEs. That's really giving them, at no cost to them, but taking them through each stage of how you can enter into our supply chain. So that's a very active program. Now, whether they, you can become, if you have the capability to enter the global supply chains, that also gives opportunities in the domestic supply chains. So, there's that, but it's also different. So if you think, and that's where our local businesses, so for Walmart, for those who may not know, you won't see a Walmart store in India. Our businesses here are on the Flipkart and PhonePe businesses. And so two things on domestic. One, those businesses, as those businesses grow, this ecosystem grows with it. So Flipkart, e-commerce platform, we've got more than 400,000 sellers, many of those of which are MSMEs, selling on the Flipkart marketplace to more than 350 million Indian customers. We have Kiranas are part of that ecosystem as part of our delivery and other parts of that. PhonePe, our digital business, similarly, it's digitizing small businesses. Got that, but then also on supplier development, we've got supplier development programs that are specifically tailored to domestic companies to help them supply domestically. So I mentioned really kind of the mirror of that is what we call SMART, which is a Flipkart-specific training program to help sellers get on the marketplace. Flipkart just fairly recently launched a supply chain academy, so academies around the country. Similarly, it's all about giving people the skills to get them into the supply chains. And then the last one I've mentioned is, I mentioned the global path for exports, the domestic path with our businesses here, and then really the third avenue as it relates to sourcing Indian goods is our U.S. marketplace. So we've got 125 million people every month who shop on the Walmart marketplace in the U.S. This year, we've launched that internationally. So still the U.S. marketplace, but onboarding Indian sellers. So people in the U.S. shopping on the Walmart U.S. marketplace who have access to Indian sellers, or Indian sellers who have access to our customers.
Thank you, Paul. Atul, may I bring you in? Both in your previous avatar as a diplomat, and you've been in the U.S. India space for a long time. We've seen the magic number called $500 billion in balance of trade. We're about at 150. In your view, and from your perspective, not merely your current job but your previous, what are the steps you think we need to take? What doors need to be unlocked to get to that magic number?
Thank you, Johnny, and thank you so much for joining us today. It's nice to have you, a dear friend. Let me say that I feel not that it's a certainty, because there are no certainties in life, but that when you hear from all of the speakers and panelists that we've had over the past couple of days, all the ministers, and in all of my meetings that I've had around India, there is almost this certainty that the Indian economy is now starting to unleash itself in ways that are going to be transformative in the lives of every Indian, transformative for the region, and frankly, transformative for the world. I agree entirely with what Sanjeetji said about the Amrit Kal and the idea that the next 25 years will truly be sweet for the people of India. And that when you look at government activity right now, it is intensely focused on unlocking the inefficiencies in the market in order to drive the investment and the employment and the prosperity and the choice that give the average Indian, the average consumer, the maximum satisfaction in life. The United States Chamber of Commerce takes its motto and its inspiration from the founding fathers: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I think American companies who invest in India, who work in India, number one, bring the highest standards of managerial, ethical, environmental, technological skill. They truly believe in partnering. They create jobs. They invest in skills of people. They increase the efficiency of the ecosystem, and they drive positive competition. They are good corporate citizens. American companies have been in India since 1902, maybe even earlier, and they have helped build modern India. And my feeling, Indrani, is that as the government takes steps to make India move faster, and to make business move faster, to make goods move faster, to transform the railways, the ports, the harbors, schools, the Jal Jeevan mission. I could name 1,000 things, the UPI, the digital payments, the communications. American companies are happy to play that role in trying to help facilitate that vision of what India will be in 2047. Our conference is about not just resting on our laurels about the first 75 years of India's achievements and what American companies have done here for Indian citizens. It's about the next 75 years. It's about India being a $30 trillion economy. It's about the United States and India potentially being the two largest economies on the planet. It will be transformative, and it will be good for Indians, good for Americans, and good for democracy and for human freedom. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So how do we do it? Number one, I think India's doing it itself. India is an easier place to do business today than it was 8-10 years ago. I will be frank, as a friend, that there is still room for improvement, and that when our companies look at where they invest, and as a result of some of the geostrategic issues that have happened in the last couple of years, our companies are increasingly looking at India. So it's not just India's unlit call. We also feel that this is India's golden moment for potential attraction of investment. But they look at the costs in India, they look at the costs in Mexico, China, Indonesia, Vietnam, and they also compare costs in places like Ohio and California. And America is a very competitive economy. I'll get back to that in a minute. So I think what India can do is it can, and I'm delighted that the Niti Aayog is here, and Sanjiji, thank you for the conversation we had earlier, is that India can look at ways to reduce the cost of doing business in India such that more investment comes, more companies like Walmart invest even more in their supply chain and connecting it to the world, making it more efficient, helping Indian competitors compete on a global scale and break out of India, then the trade flows will increase in many, many important ways. The other thing is agriculture. I think transformation of the agricultural economy will really unleash a lot of rural wealth, which is very important. The other one critically is the digital economy. Getting the digital economy straight, even more than it already is going to unleash an enormous wave of Indian startups and innovation that will drive employment and wealth in this country for decades to come. Now, on e-commerce and on sort of manufacturing and movement of goods, I would say national logistics plan to reduce the price of the movement of goods, to be more competitive with countries like Indonesia and Thailand and Mexico. And then I would say that American companies particularly, and by the way, my membership is not just American companies, it's American and Indian companies. And just as Indian companies are investing in America, they are employing in America, they are skill upgrading in America, they are innovating and researching in America, our companies want to do the same here. They view our countries as part of the same high trust ecosystem. They innovate together, they collaborate together. The internet has destroyed the geographic barriers of the mind, and we can now work lifetime 24 hours to design the world of the future. So I'm very optimistic. Ease of doing business, good regulatory practices, level playing field, speedy arbitration of disputes. This is like the old American baseball movie where the guy said, if you build it, they will come. And a country like Singapore is proof of a good regulatory environment and cutting-edge sort of innovation and policy resulting in investment coming in. Singapore has more American FDI than the entire rest of ASEAN combined. I think India, when I talk to all the ministries and the secretariats, there is this pinpoint focus on getting India to that sweet spot of regulatory coherence such that you can speed in and facilitate investment. That is going to make us hit the $500 billion mark very quickly. So I think India is doing a lot of the right things. We applaud that effort. USIBC companies want to see India achieve its very golden dreams of what it will be in the future. And we will put every effort into trying to help achieve that. We are not enemies, we are friends. We are in some way the catalyst in the chemical reaction. I got a C- in chemistry in high school, so don't take my words on chemistry, but a catalyst speeds up a chemical reaction. And American know-how, American investment, American can-do spirit, represented by all of our companies, has, I think, done a lot to enhance choice for consumers in India, to make Indians live happier lives. And I think your companies, Indian companies, have done the exact same thing in the United States. We are part of the same high trust ecosystem. It's not me versus you, it's us together building a beautiful future. Thank you.
Thank you, Atul. You spoke about the high trust ecosystem. I noticed that was part of a recent op-ed that you wrote. And since I cannot resist asking, talking foreign policy here as well, there is, we are part of the core, and which in a way is, I can't say it's a flavor of the moment, it's been the flavor of the last few years. And I presume it will continue to be a flavor that we will all be happy about. The point is, we've now taken it as another step forward with the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, the IPEF. For most people, IPEF is a bit exotic because there are no rules that they can relate to. It's not an old-fashioned trade agreement. But as president of the USIBC, how do you see American and Indian companies sort of segueing into the IPEF, and what is it that they can take away from the IPEF? It has 4 pillars, as you know, but what is it that we can take away from the IPEF?
In Rani G, you and I go back a long way to an era where impossible things were being achieved in the U.S.-India relationship. I'll step back in history for a minute because sometimes we take for granted where we are. When I joined the American Diplomatic Service, there was a list of countries for which we would not do any technology transfer. It was the most restrictive list. And you know, countries that wouldn't surprise you were on there. But as an Indian American, it was shocking to me to see India on that list. And you think that now there is almost nothing that is restricted for India in the U.S.-India relationship. That did not happen overnight or by some miracle from the gods. That came from dedicated effort by politicians, bureaucrats, well-wishers in both societies to try to bring our countries together. So think about the next steps in the strategic partnership. A quiet conversation between Rajesh Mishra and Dr. Condoleezza Rice, which led to the parameters of potentially having a breakthrough, which led to Dr. Manmohan Singh and George W. Bush announcing the nuclear deal. People said, this is nuts, it's impossible, it cannot be done. Lo and behold, by October 2008, it was done and dusted, sealed. And then we looked at the entire sweep of our strategic relationship: intelligence, military, diplomatic, counterterrorism, law enforcement. We launched the Counterterrorism Joint Working Group. That led to the Homeland Security Forum. We launched all sorts of initiatives to look at maritime security in the broader Indo-Pacific. The very notion of the Indo-Pacific stemmed from the rise of the U.S.-India Renaissance and détente, stemming from the nuclear deal. And now we have the Quad, which is the summation of the realization, and I want to pay tribute here to Prime Minister Abe Shinzo. You know, in the State Department we joke that it's Abe Shinzo's world and we just live in it, because he was the forebearer, progenitor of the idea of a democratic diamond, the 4 great democracies of Asia, working to stabilize and ensure a prosperous world. He is also a progenitor of the idea of the Indo-Pacific and the Quad. So now we have received this whole sweeping 20-year legacy, and strategically, the U.S. and India are embarked upon a path of like-minded convergence, right? And it will be good for the entire region because our values, and this is a shared values panel, our values are very clear and transparent. Rules-based international order, freedom of commerce and navigation, peaceful arbitration of disputes. You look at India submitting to binding arbitration on a very tricky maritime dispute. If that's done in other places, we'll have a much more peaceful world and we wouldn't have to worry so much. Now, you're asking about business, so let me get back to it. On the business side, we have not had that 20-year evolution of convergence. Some of it has happened. We've had a very nice trade policy forum in November, and our trade is in the 150 billion range. And I think our companies in both directions are increasingly blended companies, but we need to be more ambitious. We need to look at 500 billion, we need to look at potentially real agreements on trade and on the digital economy, and we need to see how we can work with our Quad partners and look at the entire Indo-Pacific. These are difficult political times. There's challenges in both of our democracies, very layered and complex democracies, but I think we have to have that vision, and we have to take what was done on the strategic side and match it on the economic and commercial and investment side. And that's frankly why I took this job.
Thank you. We are all running out of time, and I'm going to give like 30-second
Closing remarks to each of you. Sanjeev, to you, if you had to list the top 3 things the government should be doing or will be doing to help this entire business ecosystem, the Make in India, this export from India, Make for the World bit, what would it be?
Okay, so first things first. So thank you, Atul, for all the kind words which he has shared about how the governments work together and how the policymakers make good policies together. But I, having worked in the Ministry of Commerce, have been absolutely convinced while nations make policies, it is the businessmen who actually carry on business. So in that sense, I was delighted when I got invited from USIBC to participate in this, because if nothing else, it gave me a wonderful opportunity to meet with people who actually do the business. So that's the first thing, and I really thank and congratulate USIBC for this, that you have brought such a wonderful delegation of people who are actually doing business, brought us all together, got people out of their offices to come and sit here and listen to what the businesses want. So my request would be, the first thing point on my agenda, and my request to USIBC would be, please create a mechanism, and we'll be more than happy to participate in it. We would request you facilitate in every manner which you want. Please set up a line of communication where we need to understand what businesses want from the policymakers, rather than people like me sitting in their rooms trying to make a policy in a time-bound manner which may or may not work. So that's no point doing that. So my request, the first is we need concrete feedback and criticism as much as you like. And I've had the opportunity of working alongside some of your colleagues who have come along with you in my office. I'll be happy to meet any of them to really understand where is it that works. For example, Paul mentioned a very ambitious program, right? So we do understand companies run in India to make money. They're not getting to charity, and we don't want them to do that. We want them to be happy. We want them to really employ people in India and back home and create win-win situations. There are many opportunities for that. So, Paul, I would look forward to Walmart and companies like yours telling us where do you need us to come or where do you want us to stay. Could be either. That's the first thing on my agenda. Yeah. And the second point which I would like to emphasize is manufacturing is a major component of India's look-ahead policy. And for that, we have launched massive schemes, the production-linked incentive schemes. We have the SEMCON, which is like a $10 million incentive program. Under the production-linked incentive scheme, we are offering as much as 2 lakh crore Indian rupees in 14 different sectors. So I'll be happy to come and share. There are lots of opportunities. India is looking, for example, to go for 450 megawatts of wind and solar power. This is a massive opportunity. I'm sure the minister had spoken about this. And before that, in SEMCON, we got $10 million worth of incentives announced by the government. Right? We are really waiting for the American companies to please come in and obey this incentive. If there's any difficulty, you must immediately tell us. So we'll go back to my first point again. And last but not the least, we are also very committed to make sure that all the benefits of development actually reach the last man. So here is where Paul's example again comes in very strongly. MSMEs, micro enterprises are at the root of, at the focus of the government policies. So anywhere which you feel, and I had a discussion with some friends from USIBC who are also speaking about a product which involved MSME benefits. So we'll be happy to engage with MSMEs, with the state governments, right down to the districts, to help in facilitating these kind of export programs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Your 30 seconds. What do you want him to do?
I couldn't have asked for better closing remarks than Sanjeev's. I think, for partnership, we're not going to be successful in our goals. Government won't be successful in its goals unless it's partnership. In the private sector, the government, it's our company, it's with existing suppliers, it's suppliers that don't yet exist maybe, And we've got to help create partnerships, and we have to fulfill ask number one, which is help the government understand what are the levers, what are the policies, the regulatory environment that'll help us and others be successful with those.
Thank you. Atul, you get the closing 30 seconds. And
I want both of our governments to take a clean sheet of paper and, like the nuclear deal, start thinking about what an economic and investment and trade big bang would look like to take both our countries through the arc of the 21st century with unprecedented prosperity and happiness for democracies and free people.
thank you. Those are uplifting closing remarks. Thank you all very much. I think we are agreed certainly that Indian and US companies can and do work together. We have a goal. We have a $500 billion trade goal. So I think we should all get on with it. And on that note, may I thank you all for being here today. Thank you for your remarks, and wish you a good evening. And over to you.
Thank you very much, Subrahmanyam Jaishankar, Atul Keshap, Paul Guy, and Sanjeev Singh. The four of you to please gather for a group photograph.
How's that? Perfect.
Thank you very much, Gary Bhatti and gentlemen. This very special address that we're honored to receive today is from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce's CEO and President Suzanne Clark. While the U.S.-Indian relationship is underpinned by shared values, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce's mission is characterized by what Suzanne calls a shared purpose. A shared purpose to create common sense solutions to shared problems, to work constructively across the public and private sector, to forge a shared prosperity. I request USIBC President Ambassador Keshap to offer a formal introduction to U.S. Chamber of Commerce President and CEO Suzanne Clark.
She's been empowering in every way of the mission of the United States-India Business Council. She's a real friend and mentor, a very skilled practitioner of the art of trade diplomacy, and of course, the president of the world's largest business advocacy organization. I want to pause for a moment to contemplate the fact that the United States Chamber of Commerce represents over 3 million business organizations, from the largest and most established global companies to small and medium enterprises all across the 50 great states of the United States of America. USIBC is a part of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and I will say we are a very proud part of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. We appreciate that in our 47 years in existence at the behest of both governments, our strength in policy advocacy has come from the fact that we are part of an over 100-year-old institution in the U.S. Chamber, which serves as the most powerful voice of industry in the United States, and frankly, around the globe as well. At every level, the Chamber advocates for industry because we believe that free enterprise is an indispensable pillar for free people in the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness. No one understands and embodies that mission better than our President and CEO, Suzanne Clark. Suzanne has been with the Chamber since 1997, and over those years she has been an effective advocate for industry, for effective governance, and for bipartisan solutions to common problems. I'm proud to report to you that Suzanne is the first woman to head the United States Chamber of Commerce. She is truly a pathbreaker and has profoundly continued the Chamber's mission with strength and impact. I want to pause for a moment to think about how the Chamber and USIBC worked so hard during the COVID-19 pandemic to overcome all the barriers to making sure that we could bring necessary vaccines and healthcare, not only to the people of the United States, but to people of India and other countries as well. The Chamber also has worked very hard to advocate for the passage of the CARES Act as a result of that, and also the CHIPS and Science Act to boost American competitiveness. Suzanne continues to lead the way on workforce issues at home, a forward-looking trade agenda abroad, and as they say in India, making sure that red tape gives way to a red carpet for the entrepreneurs and innovators who create growth and opportunity. As I've gotten to know Suzanne over these past 8 months at the Chamber, I really have come to believe in her vision for a stronger, more inclusive, and more prosperous future for the people of the United States and the people of the world. The first time I saw Suzanne speak was at the State of American Business, a speech she gives every year as president. I listened very closely because I was only 3 days in the job. And I watched the whole speech, and I went to Ryan Miller, who was sitting right there, and I said, Ryan, I just left the State Department, and I just heard this speech, and I believed in every word she said, because hers was a message of constructive, positive, moderate American leadership in America and abroad for the betterment of all of our people and for the preservation of human freedom and prosperity. So friends, thank you for listening to my president, Suzanne Clark, whose video will play now. Thank you.
World's oldest and largest democracies. The U.S.-India Business Council is our longest running and largest bilateral business council. Similar to the founding of the U.S. Chamber itself, USIBC was formed at the request of our nation's governments to represent the interests of the business community. Our leaders recognized the immense potential of the U.S.-India corridor and the importance of free enterprise in supporting jobs, strengthening the middle class, and solving problems facing our societies. Since that time, this council has played a leading role in seizing those opportunities, advancing our bilateral ties, and transforming the global economy in the process. Thanks in part to USIBC's efforts, the U.S. has become India's top trading partner. And as India continues its rise as the fastest growing economy in Asia, it presents an enormous opportunity for American businesses to continue driving widespread economic development. USIBC has more than 200 member companies eager to advance this critical bilateral relationship in healthcare, financial services, clean energy, and more. This summit's an opportunity to share ideas, to strengthen ties, to chart the next chapter in our relationship. I'm looking forward to continuing these critical conversations next year in Washington, D.C. Until then, enjoy this year's summit, and I wish you all the best as you lay the foundation for the next 75 years of U.S.-India relations. Together, we will ensure our nation's public and private sectors can create a better, more prosperous future.
The corridor is characterized by connectivity. Nothing is driving that connectivity more than new technologies like 5G. That is why we are delighted that we have our next session on India's 5G future, connectivity to power smart cities, e-commerce, and the Indian metaverse. I'm very happy to welcome our panelists, Mr. A.K. Tiwari, Director General Telecom at the Department of Telecommunications, Mark Aitken, Senior Vice President, Advanced Technology Group, Sinclair Broadcast Group, Mr. V. Raghunandan, Secretary, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, Sunil Abraham, Public Policy Director, Data Economy and Emerging Technologies, Meta, Girish Menon, Chief Strategy Officer, Jet Synthesis, and the moderator of this session, Ed DeSanto, Executive Vice President and the Chief Admin Officer, American Tower Corporation. Can I have all of you please on stage? And can I have a round of applause for them? Very, very important session this.
My name is Ed DeSanto, as she noted. It's my honor to moderate this prestigious panel focused on the future of India's critical telecommunications infrastructure, the rollout of the next generation networking technology and cutting-edge future applications. On the heels of a very successful set of reforms that where there were commitments to support the 5G overall program, and there was an incredibly successful auction, the regaining of the sort of financial strength of the network folks. We are now poised for significant deployment of capital to advance connectivity in India to a new level, which could drive innovation and investment and enable the country's continued digital transformation. Today we have a phenomenal panel representing government, the regulator, industry, including companies that will develop forward-thinking products and services, as well as methods of access. With due respect to the panelists, I'll just briefly identify the areas. Director General of Telecom is A.K. Tiwari. He has been assumed his current role earlier this year as director, and previously served as a member of the Digital Communications Commission. He first joined the department in 1985, and he has been responsible for the implementation of DOT policies in this field. And then we have V. Raghunan. He's Secretary of Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, or known as TRAI, where he coordinates activities related to the telecom broadcasting sectors. He brings nearly 3 decades of experience in the field and has the responsibility for major telecom project execution, policy implementation, and enforcement. Next to me is Mark Aiken. He is the Senior Vice President of Advanced Technology at Sinclair Broadcast Group. He's responsible for representing the group's regulatory, technical, and standards interests within the industry-related organizations and before regulatory agencies in both the U.S. and international. Mark serves on the Advanced Television Systems Committee, known as ATSC, and was the primary architect in the formation of One Media and is the driver of key ATSC 3.0 breakthrough technologies. We have Sunil Abraham. He's the Director of Public Policy, as noted by our introduction. He was formerly an endowed professor at REZ University of Arts and the co-founder and executive director of the Center for Internet and Society. He's a board member of Open Society Foundations and managed the United Nations International Open Source Network from 2004 to 2007. And at the end, we have Ganesh Menon. He's the Chief Strategy Officer for Jet Synthesis, one of India's most innovative companies in the gaming, digital media, and consumer internet domains. He brings 25 years of experience in M&A, strategy, and consulting, and previously spent over 20 years at KPMG. With that, I'd like to begin with Member Tiwari, if I could. You were one of the key architects of India's 5G journey. The recent 5G auctions were a clear success due in part to the discussions and coordination with industry, as well as a series of committed reforms to licenses, fees, spectrum, and payments in the lead up to the auctions. Bids totaled over $18 billion US equivalent, but the auctions were quick with a high percentage of spectrum purchase. So, first question. So what's next in India's 5G rollout? Are there any more reforms, supplemental auctions, more support initiatives to be overseen or undertaken?
Good afternoon. This auction recently was held in somewhere around 26th to 30th July, and this was very successful auction, and this was having mid-band 3300 to 3670 megahertz millimeter wave, and one new band was 700 and 600 megahertz. 700 was also sold actually, apart from many other legacy bands. So for the coming future actually, and our service providers along with the OEMs, they are already, in the process of rollout of the network, and officially network will be launched somewhere in the upcoming India Mobile Congress, which is scheduled to be held from 1st October to 4th October. So 5G in India is going to be in a big way actually, it is to come, and of course phase-wise, because there are a lot of challenges from equipment side, chipset side, and many other things. So what we assume that tier 1 city by end of this year probably will be, major cities will be rolled out. And 5G, for the future wise, actually what we foresee, our service providers, we have given trial license for all these bands, pan-India, whomsoever decided for this thing, any spectrum was given for the trial, all kind of spectrums. And all use cases, more than 40 use cases were tried by our service providers with different vendors and everything. And what I assume that this 5G is going to change the life, style of the citizen, actually put entire landscape, because this 5G, apart from the 4G, over and above the 4G, everybody knows that it is having many better features like ultra reliability, low latency, and enhanced mobile broadband, so and massive machine type communication. So I foresee, apart from this, for the common persons, basically there will be huge industrialization, Industry 4.0. There will be huge applications, and our vision of Honorable Prime Minister that digital economy is going to contribute $1 trillion by 2030. That through 5G we are able to realize. So I see a massive future actually for this 5G, and in a big way it is going to come.
I understand that the capabilities of 5G may not be known in addition to the low latency, the high capability of handling digital loads. You also can carve out and slice private enterprise networks. I assume that's part of the longer-term vision for 5G implementation across the country. And in that regard, do you anticipate that the rural areas will first be covered on the low bands and the urban areas more the mid bands of spectrum? Do you anticipate when they do the rollout that they'll use the spectrum splitting and have private 5G networks?
See, low bands, sub-gigahertz, sub-6 gigahertz bands. So presently what we see that the actual, lower bands are used for the better coverage, higher bands are used for the capacity. So, but India is going to use, the first time this millimeter and mid band has been inducted. So that way the real, enhanced mobile broadband speed and all these things, that will be available by the mid band and millimeter. So I foresee that the massive deployment will be in the mid band and then millimeter band.
Just a follow-up question. There's a lot of activity around updating the legislation and reforming the Telephone Act. I couldn't help but notice your start date of 1985 was 100 years from 1885, but trade itself and its legislation is 20 years old. Do you anticipate any changes coming up for the enabling statute for trade?
Yes, it is under consideration. Kind of process.
What can you share about DOT's plans, process, and timing for updating the Act? Do you have are there specific things that TRAE is doing with respect to 5G in terms of its oversight or engagement with users and regulations for 5G? Anything different?
See, from consultation point of view, our regulator, that is Mr. Raghunandan, can better tell. So that way engagement, but apart from this, what TRAE give at DOT level, also for the government level, engagement from the OEMs, from any other. See, last year we did a major reform in our telecom industry from the DOT side. That was a quite big reform and a big relief too. And day to day, every day, there is already consideration for ease of doing business and all these things. So, What I see that, basically that this platform is already totally, made comfortable that, for the 5G deployment of any doing of the business, be it from the policy side, be it from the regulation side or any other thing. It is already, it is in place basically and yes.
Great. You know, I should move the question on and trade over to the Secretary. More of a tactical question. As we all know, 5G's offer speed is 10 times faster than 4G, and with lag-free connectivity and tremendous capacity. With the 5G rollout in India, IoT, artificial intelligence, smart buildings, self-driving cars, automated factory, augmented reality, virtual reality experiences, Ultra HD live streaming will all be made possible. As the industry moves to implement 5G, what additional measures, from your standpoint, do you see in the next 6 months, if any, as noted, if not? Perhaps you can talk about the use of street furniture, potential use for small cell and aerial fiber deployment coming up.
Thank you. I think first of all, let me just thank all the USIBC for inviting me here. And as you have seen the success of the auction, for the first time, the 100% recommendations of PLA with respect to 5G has been accepted by the government, and it's a comprehensive document of 436 pages. Now, coming back to your specific question of street furniture, the TRI has been working comprehensively on, and we have come out with a consultation paper also. We are in the final process of giving the recommendations on the street furniture, because as you told that in the 5G, the applications which you are talking about, it requires a heavy densification of sites. So the moment the densification of sites come into picture, so the most important thing is the right of way permissions for the street furniture, etc. So what we have thought about it is that we have taken a pilots. Their pilot is mainly for testing from the perspective of the technology. So we have taken up pilot projects, a particular port, smart city, and metro, and also a port, airport. So these are the 4 pilots where the processes for this, whether it is street furniture, whether it is for the deployment of these heavy densification of cells, and how these processes, the bulk processes, can be actually facilitated by the regulator to see that ultimately this faster deployment takes place. So that the challenges of deployment, one of the key things which the service providers are facing, that we are trying to address. So that is the one which I want.
Thank you. Excuse me. Yeah. Please.
Regarding this street furniture, see, currently we are having close to 2.5 million of cars. So for the 5G, we accept, we feel that it will be many-fold, actually, 3 to 4 times, 5 times. So recently, this Department of Telecommunication, central government is working actively with all the state governments. We have rolled out, as Mr. Nandan has already mentioned, right of way portal, actually under Gati Shakti, PM Gati Shakti program. And not only this, right of way permissions, rules have been aligned with the state governments. Now the street furnitures can be utilized for overhead optical fiber also, and the charges have been reduced drastically. So that is what I was saying, that ease of doing business and regulatory compliance is burden reduction actually. So this is also one major step, I just forgot to mention that. The charges are very low, drastically reduced. Right of way permissions are being granted within 10 to 27 days. That is the usual time. Nowadays, earlier it was years.
So that should help deployment.
We will be coming out with the comprehensive recommendations. They have already taken some steps.
So in addition to the first pilots, you're actually starting to connect things. Let's see. Looking farther out, what is your vision for the 5G ecosystem over the, say, the 3-year time period? Will applications, will there be a lot of activity on it? Will consumers generally see the difference between 4G and 5G? What's your thought on
As far as pricing is concerned, as you know that, because uptake depends mainly on the pricing which you are thinking about it. In India, we have the pricing is 4 variants.
Yeah.
So 4 variants and service providers can come out with innovative packages which are affordable, and then it may be incremental what we see in that. So that way uptake will be on one side for facilitating the deployment, etc., both government and regulatory working. On the other side, from the regulator's point of view, we have given absolute freedom to the service providers to design their packages.
Design packages is benefiting
Various segments of consumers. So that way I don't see much challenge in uptake of 5G as far as the pricing is concerned.
Okay. Well, why don't we move the panel with the gentleman to my right. Let's take you, Mark, from Sinclair outside. You and your partners from Sankaya Labs and TCS are running a demonstrator. You want to tell us about what cutting edge are you planning? Because I think you maybe have done some things in the U.S. to start it off and
just a little bit.
Improving here, maybe.
Yeah. Well, first, thank you for allowing me to be up here. And I've been in India about 6 years now. And here we are, we're talking about 5G. But at the same time, we know that 6G's got to be on people's minds. And one of the reasons we teamed up with Sankhya and invested in them was they were already thinking about 6G.
So you're 1 full G ahead of us on this panel?
Well, no, India.
India.
But yeah, I mean, outside the doors, we're doing a demonstration of direct-to-mobile, which is a standard that's in the process of being translated into a Indian TSPSI standard. And one of the important pieces of 5G that is often lost is the fact that 5G supports multiple communications platforms. It's not just about the nature of the spectrum, and it's not just about new 5G waveforms, but it's actually the ability to converge all of these different platforms in a most meaningful way to the consumer. And to the consumer, that means there are opportunities to address large populations in a very economical fashion. D2M, this broadcast standard, is about 40% more efficient than any of the 5G waveforms, and that leads to an opportunity when using broadcast to introduce a major sustainability factor with the integration of D2M inside of a cohesive, converged network of different capabilities. And one of the unique examples, for example, would be if you look at IPL and you have 20 million viewers at the same time. In fact, 20 million one-to-one sessions that are being supported. That's more easily done, more effectively done, more economically and energy savings ways to do it with broadcast.
You can actually slice the signal and send it.
Yeah, and again, within 5G, you can do slicing or chaining of services and have some services that are being broadcast. You have other services which are unique and unicast in nature. So at the end of the day, it's not about, 5G is not really one thing. 5G is about a whole lot of things.
It's more technology.
It's a technology that the real task is making that technology invisible to the user, because the user experience, drive engagement. We're going to hear about different kinds of engagement from our friends at Meta and
universe, actually.
Pardon?
Different universe.
It could be. It's exciting that teaming up with Sankhya, developing the first broadcast chip that you know is of low power consumption, can reside inside of a typical cell phone, and support those kinds of services, and also really services like distance learning are a great example. And yes, spectrum is important there. So preservation of spectrum for direct-to-mobile is important. Low-band UHF, certainly from the standpoint of rural coverage, is exceptionally important when you're doing one-to-many. Again, particularly if you're looking at this in terms of the overall cost of a network and running a network, just a 10% savings in the power consumption in a single 4G network adds up to about $500 million in India. Now run that across the multiple networks that are actually operating with 4G. And on top of that, when operating broadcast, you're operating at 40% lower power consumption on top of that. There's a win-win when you're looking at the whole, which is advancing the nature of communications, the sustainability quotient, and really bringing lively new services.
So Mark, you're saying you're supplementing what's being developed on the 5G, and it's also spectrally efficient and power efficient.
Yes.
And it has greater flexibility than traditional broadcast by far.
That's the simple way of saying it.
Well, I have to deal with it that way, Mark, unfortunately. Okay, but let's go to a different zone, a different world, where people are not, they are going to go where others have not. So moving over to Sunil, what is Meta's vision for the metaverse for India? And what are the key requirements for both the user, the system, for a metaverse-ready network? When does this happen? When do we all go there?
Let me begin with Meta's vision for the metaverse writ large and draw everybody's attention to two very different competing visions for the metaverse. There are some people who believe that the metaverse should be built using proprietary technologies and be a completely closed system. And then there are other folks like us at Meta who believe in an open and interoperable global metaverse, which in a sense is the next generation of the internet. We really don't want anyone to get stuck in an Apple metaverse or an Epic metaverse or even a Facebook metaverse or a Google metaverse. Whether you are in the Indian metaverse, which is in the title of this panel, or in the European metaverse, we want everybody to be able to communicate with one another and also do business with one another. So when it comes to the Indian metaverse, or even the global metaverse, we look at India and at various stakeholders within the Indian community for partnership in the construction of this new world of the metaverse. To begin with, of course, Indian software developers. I think by 2024, India will have the largest number of app developers across the world. And we believe a good percentage of these app developers will be partners with other metaverse producing companies such as ours. The second is, of course, the flourishing tech and startup ecosystem within India. I think it is this year where we have managed to cross the 100 unicorn target. And it is both these large companies and the small companies that will build the metaverse alongside companies such as Meta. And finally, the non-technical developers of the metaverse, we call them creators. Meta knows creators exceedingly well. Every day, millions of Indian creators on Meta products create exciting content, build audience networks, and also build monetization models. And we have been witness to their success, and we believe the very same community of creators, like the developers and like the enterprises, will be our partners in creating the metaverse. This vibrant ecosystem of metaverse creators will have a profound impact on the Indian economy. Meta did commission a research organization called the Analysis Group to model what the impact of metaverse technologies would be on the GDP of various countries and also on the GDP of the globe. I was fascinated when I skimmed through the report. I must admit that I did not read it. I'm not an economist and I can't really understand the notation. But what struck me was while the impact to global GDP was only meant to be 2.8%, the impact to Indian GDP 10 years after the technology has been adapted is 4.6%, 50% higher than the average impact to the global GDP. And given that I got out of engineering school before the Y2K opportunity, I was thinking of the exact parallel in the metaverse context. There weren't many systems in India at that time that ran on COBOL and that needed to be fixed from the perspective of the Y2K problem. But there were scores of Indian engineers that helped solve that global problem. And I think that's precisely what is going to happen with the metaverse. India is not just going to be a consumption economy or a consumer economy for metaverse technologies. India is going to be a producer economy for metaverse technologies. When it comes to the last question you asked, and the connection between metaverse as a use case and the topic at hand, which is 5G, everything that has been said so far is critical for the success of metaverse technologies. Low latency, sustained throughput, low power requirements, and also thermal considerations, that the technology should not result in VR headsets overheating and posing a safety hazard to the users. Alan.
So a little ways away, but it sounds like all the elements are coming in place for that vision, is what you're saying, Sunil.
Yes.
But I would think, given the GDP potentiality, if those economists are right, the investment seemingly would be worth it for, because this is a cross-border connectivity that you're talking about. So to have the one seamless metaverse, you need to connect with pretty strong networks elsewhere. Is that true? It seems to be.
Sorry, I didn't get
so
your question.
For the metaverse vision to happen, if we wanted to have India seamlessly create a universe that had the United States in it, you have to have very compatible connectivity, no?
Yes, and again, perhaps there is a parallel to the current situation where in India and also I'm sure across the world, Wi-Fi has played a critical role in complementing existing telecommunication technologies. So at Meta, even though when it comes to latency and throughput, the requirement is equally served by 5G as a technology and Wi-Fi over 6 gigahertz as a technology. When it comes to the other two parameters, which is low power consumption and the heating of the device, it is Wi-Fi over 6 gigahertz that comes across as a clear winner. So, given this analysis, it seems clear to us that what we want is a holistic approach to spectrum allocations. Spectrum definitely should be made available to those operators providing 5G services, but also some spectrum should be made available in an unlicensed or license exempt fashion for Wi-Fi over 6 gigahertz. That would really serve the metaverse use case in a systematic fashion.
Please.
Okay. So, as such, recently in 2018, somewhere, I don't remember exactly the date, but on recommendation of TRIBE, the 5 gigahertz band was license exempted, actually delicensed. Close to 605 megahertz of the channel was put for the current Wi-Fi uses, which we say 5G kind of thing. I mean, we get the notation 5G, but it is Wi-Fi 5. His demand is for 6 gigahertz band license. Of course, I mean, we are well aware, and the throughput in 6 gigahertz because of the broader carrier size and all these things is more. But at the same time, I mean, recently we have sent one recommendation to try regarding V band 60 gigahertz to, I mean, the bandwidth will be 2.16 gigahertz, I mean, carrier size, and the throughput will be used. That also we are actively considering your request and request of the industry actually. I mean, we are deliberating. There are some inter-ministerial consultation. Let us hope. We cannot promise, but let's hope.
So there's a lot of consideration and thought going into the metaverse. So now that we've crossed over that bridge, I think we should come to the next test. And so we turn to Girish. And Girish, you play a key role in one of India's leading OTT players, which include a portfolio of content creation, gaming platforms, and products. And so, question for you: what are your thoughts on the impact of greater rural penetration in 5G services on gaming and promoting new and creative content, and maybe the economic possibilities associated with that?
Sure. Thanks, Ed. Last panelist on the last panel, so really had to fight for it. So thanks for that. But let me take a stab at this from two perspectives, right? In terms of one, where we are today, and therefore, as we start, using the 5G technology, where can we sort of, get there? And I think what excites us about 5G is the multiplier effect that it can have on experiences as against just an incremental effect, right? So let me take two examples in terms of where we are today. So we've got, so we have two cricket simulation games, Real Cricket and Sachin Saga. They are the largest cricket simulation games in the world, right? We've got about 65% market share with that. What's interesting is these are very high engagement games, right? So we've got 2.5 million daily active users. They spend 80 minutes a day, right? So there are guys who are spending 80 minutes a day playing a game.
No interruptions, right?
No interruptions.
Especially when you're trying to turn the cars over. Yeah.
Right. So what this means then is, if you extrapolate it, right, we're talking about roughly 6 billion minutes of gameplay a month. More than 50% of that is actually coming in tier 2 cities and beyond already, right? And this is with the current networks and capabilities that exist today. So there's already a lot of interest that exists within the user community when it comes to gaming, when it comes to complex high-end games. But the challenge is, how do you get those games in those users' hands and offer them the functionality to be able to play that? So I think that's one point I want to make. Right? The second angle is also around esports, right? So we've between Nordwin and Sky Sports, we've developed two of the largest esports platforms in the country. And Sky Sports particularly focuses on the grassroots for esports, right? Going into smaller cities, getting users to play games there, professionalize them and make them into professional esports athletes, right? Already, we are seeing a significant amount of traction, when it comes to those users. But again, the question is, how do you deepen that, right? And how do you democratize that and make it far more easier for users to come on board and do these kind of activities? And I think that's where, the whole 5G rollout and adoption is going to significantly change things, right? So from our perspective, across all the elements and benefits of 5G, I think there are 2 or 3 key things that excite us, right? One is the speed, right? The concurrency and the low bandwidth, the low latency that exists. When you sort of put it all together and you then look at these use cases, right? So gaming in particular. So cloud gaming, for example, is something that's sort of been evolving in the US, in the West, but it's not really taken off at the scale, which where the potential exists. And the fundamental reason for that is everybody is already a console gamer, right? India, there's no console history, there's no tradition of playing on consoles at scale. What cloud gaming will allow you to do is take those complex, high-end, multiplayer experiences, offer that and remove the device constraint. So you can play that on your TV, you can play that on your mobile. You don't really actually need a console to be able to replicate that experience. And because the game is hosted in the cloud, it's again, bandwidth, concurrency, latency become key factors to deliver that, and 5G will enable you to do that. So moving the whole gaming experience to mass audiences for complex experiences, that's where this becomes very exciting. Similarly, when it comes to esports, and I think that's the other piece, right? To be able to take these tournaments out, to be able to say, okay, there are 100 people in this room, can we organize an esports tournament? Can we play? Maybe here is not the problem, but when we go to a small city somewhere and you want to replicate that concept, it really is complicated and difficult to do that. But again, once bandwidth constraints are removed, a lot of these possibilities become real. Right? So being able to do gaming hubs, being able to do micro tournaments, go deep into the ecosystem to be playing that, I think that's again what's exciting, right? And it's clearly in India demonstrated that, particularly when it comes to sports, right? The deeper you go into the country, the greater amount of talent that you discover, and we've seen that across sports in India over the last 10-15 years or so. And I think that's what we expect to see with esports, that as it goes deeper into the country, you will be able to get the best talent and give them the opportunities to compete with the best in the world. Right? Last point I will make on this, the third area where we genuinely think the use case will be really applicable is around enhanced experiences, right? Now, whether those are in a metaverse kind of a construct, or it just takes current experiences and really builds them up by leveraging the abilities that you now have when some of these constraints go away. So I think those 3-4 elements together, if you put together, I think that's really where you can leverage the benefits of 5G and take it really deep into mass user bases.
That's a great summary of what 5G might be fairly soon, and it goes to validate what the Indian plan to put 5G in is and how many benefits will come if it can go in per the plan. It's also, we've seen many governmental benefits of processing information across the country very democratically. And because what you outline on gaming, it seems to me that over time, you've got to move from the core cloud to the edge, so people in different parts of the country can have the same access in terms of speed, responsiveness, service level over time. But it sounds like for a country like India, it would be well worth it. Okay, we're on the 3-minute warning, and I've been given a list of questions here. I can't get through this. So I'm going to give the 3 questions first to the industry guys. You're going to answer all 3 in no more than 30 seconds. And I'd like it to run, frankly. If you could prioritize your top reform or action to promote a vibrant telecom sector, what would it be? Do you have a digital avatar? Yes or no? And if yes, is it different from your physical avatar?
And you may claim the Fifth Amendment under the U.S. Constitution if you don't want to testify on that. And the third thing is, which app do you use the most on 5G, do you think, or will use the most? Okay, so let's start with Girish at the end.
So I've lost track of your questions.
Oh, just
Let me start with the last one. Right?
Time is key.
I think for me on 5G, the focus will be on complex gaming apps, particularly those which are universe-based, where you can actually have significant experiences. On the avatar side, yes I do, but I've gone the boring way. Looks just like me, bald with a beard, easy to do.
You've gone with the natural look avatar
Totally.
to yourself. Okay,
There's too many options there.
And you've answered the okay, here we go to you, Sumit.
So,
Question was?
the first question is the policy ask, right?
I think we did the Wi-Fi thing, so we got that covered. So,
No, but I wanted to respond to Sir very briefly, and of course,
you got to do it in 20
I
seconds.
congratulate Triangle Department for every time you decide to open up more spectrum, especially for unlicensed or license exempt use. I think with 60 gigahertz, the line of sight requirement is what makes it more difficult for folks like us. But still, opening up 60 gigahertz was useful. On what I will use these technologies for, I think in a country with so many different languages, real-time language translation would be very useful, and Meta is well on the way of building such technologies. We have a model called No Language Left Behind, supporting 25 Indian languages, and I don't have...
You're not going to disclose your avatar?
No.
Okay, Mark, you're up. Industry guys first.
I'll start at the end. My avatar kind of looks like me. My avatar looks like me.
Fair. That's the only way they could come up with it over here.
I guess. I don't know. No, I think the most important thing is really the securing in India of spectrum for direct-to-mobile and the integration of direct-to-mobile into the 5G network infrastructure to provide cost-effective and maximum use of spectrum for the greater good of the Indian society.
Excellent. And for the regulatory gentlemen, I'd like to thank you both for being on the panel, and I'd like you to give the opportunity to advise us. This future 5G program is so important for India, as you can see from some of the discussion. Is there anything on a bilateral basis USIBC or its members can do to help the program, to support the program? Any thoughts you have on that, or any final statement you'd like to make to kind of wrap us up?
See, bilateral, yes, for last so many years, and we have very good ties with US, and not only here bilaterally, whether in India and US is working under Quad also for so many other things, and definitely we would like to have, there is one, I understand, kind of common agenda apart from all in the technology domain is the security actually. And I would just like to remind, machine communication is going to come in this 5G actually. It will be basically for the enterprise and apart from the Meta and all these things. I would like to just remind one instance in the Florida, when the water treatment plant or some potable drinking water plant, it was hacked, cyber hacked actually, and chlorination was put to around 1,000 times more. And somehow there was one brilliant employee in that plant actually who noticed that it is there is some cyber attack. There was a news item somewhere in 2021. So that water was recycled actually to make it potable and all these things. Had it been served to the public actually, that would have been the really. So 1M, 2M is there, one is standard. Your topic is connectivity to power smart cities, e-commerce, all these things. okay, smart cities, suppose, I mean, they have to work on, they are working in silos actually, proprietary kind of things which someone has mentioned. But if it is a international generic kind of standards having all this thing, security imbibed actually in that, security aspects are well been covered, then only it will be useful, otherwise someday it will be really catastrophic. So this is one caution.
Great summary.
And otherwise, yes, bilaterally and from US perspective also, we do that.
So,
especially
smart cities, but safe cities.
Yeah.
Cyber safe.
I'd like to add to Shwari about India as a regulator, TRA, and then FCC. We both have been having a good arrangement, regular interactions. There was no time which we have missed to have a bilateral meeting whenever we attend any multilateral meetings. So that is one thing, and then at every stage we had the meetings and then exchanged the best practices. And as far as the future regulatory challenges, what metaverse is coming, the terrestrial versus satellite, etc., many challenges are coming. So we plan to continue to have discussions and then continue collaboration with FCC and US other stakeholders to have best practices. Thank you.
That's such a great thought. With all the space activity and LEO, the coordination effort, this is going to seem easy compared to that, I think, but it does call for a lot of good thinking and collaboration. Anyway, on behalf of the Business Council, thank you all. Take care.
Mr. Menon, we have another panel to go. It's not the last panel.
Oh, okay.
So a long day, but what an intellectually stimulating day. May I please request all of you to huddle up together for a group photograph quickly? Mr. A.K. Tiwari, Mr. Mark Aitken, Mr. V. Raghunandan, Mr. Sunil Abraham, Mr. Girish Menon, and the moderator. Innovative diagnostics as key pillars. I would like to invite Dr. V.K. Paul, Member, Niti Aayog, Sanjeev Johar, Deputy Vice President, Asia Pacific, Abbott, Santhan Ranade, Managing Director, Janssen India and South Asia. And this panel discussion is being moderated by Shoma Das, Senior Advisor, Chase India. Can I have a round of applause for this panel, please? Thank you very much. I hand over the session to Shoma Das.
Done and then launch into the discussion. So Dr. V.K. Paul actually needs no introduction to the Indian audience, but I'll go with the formality. He's member, National Institution for Transforming India, the Niti Aayog. He leads the health and nutrition verticals at Niti and has played a pivotal role in formulating the Poshan Abhiyan and Ayushman Bharat initiative, the flagship nutrition and health programs of India. Dr. Paul is also a renowned pediatrician, academic, and public health expert. He served as a faculty in the Department of Pediatrics, AIMS, where he was head of department for over a decade. Dr. Paul's face became widely known in India because of the very crucial role he played in the government's core theme in shaping the COVID response of India. He's led multiple expert groups, but most importantly, the NEDVAC. And he's been among the top 2% scientists in the field of pediatrics by Stanford University Study in 2020, a recipient of B.R. Ambedkar Centenary Award, as well as a recipient of prestigious Ihsan Dogramasi Family Health Foundation prize by WHO 2018, and we can go on and on about this. But welcome, Dr. Paul. Thank you so much for joining us. Our second panelist is Mr. Sanjeev Johar, Divisional Vice President, Asia Pacific, Infectious Disease for Emerging Market, Abbott Diagnostics. Sanjeev joined Alere Inc. in 2012, was appointed as President, Asia Pacific in 2014 for the combined business for Asia Pacific in Japan. Post-acquisition by Abbott, he assumed the responsibility as President Asia for Infectious Disease business. He's been in the senior management of and leadership roles in Monsanto, Numico, and Roche Diagnostics before this, and he's a member of various national and international bodies, including All India Management Association, International Society of Nutrition, among others. Welcome, Mr. Sanjeev Johar. Next we have, thank you so much. And next we have Mr. Sarthak Ranade, the extremely dynamic Managing Director of Janssen India and South Asia. As the MD of Janssen India, he oversees company's operation in India and South Asian markets of Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Nepal. Sarthak is a member of Johnson & Johnson India President Council, as well as Janssen Asia Pacific Leadership Team. He's been in the pharma industry for over 24 years, been an immensely respected leader and a member of USIBC's India Advisory Council. Welcome, Mr. Sarthak Ranade. Thank you for joining us to set the context for today's topic. I would say in today's highly polarized world, where we have probably differences on everything under the sun, if there is one point on which all of us would agree, it is that our lives have been divided into BC and AC, that's before COVID and after COVID. Before COVID, vaccines in India were largely, and not only India, I would say developing countries in general, were associated with children and expecting women. Suddenly after COVID, vaccines is meant for everyone across ages, adolescents, adults, elderly. And this has opened a window for dissecting today's topic, if lifelong vaccination is the future of medicine. Before COVID, in India, PCR meant police controlled room vans. After COVID, I think what it has come to mean is the RT-PCR test. And when the vaccine emergency approvals were going through, journalist in fact recounted a conversation to me, which he overheard at an Indian tea stall where people were discussing clinical trials, phase 2, phase 3. And that was very interesting to me, because in that sense, COVID, despite being the most devastating tragedy of our lifetime, is also this huge opportunity to include and involve everyone on the street in the conversation of healthcare and how it should be universalized. Today's session focuses on two aspects of disease prevention. One is lifelong vaccination, one is innovative diagnostic. To set the context for lifelong vaccination, I think in the last 3 decades, the arrival of new technologies, the mRNA, the recombinant DNA, has changed the game in vaccine sciences. And in short, we have very high-tech vaccines now, unlike the simple culture one of earlier ones. And there are many triggers for lifelong vaccination which have emerged recently, and a lot is being debated globally. For one, some of these triggers were that, there is low coverage in many countries, low immunization coverage in childhood, which kind of exposes many adults and adolescents to infections later in life. There's an example on measles, mumps, and rubella on this. The second is there are new vaccines which are tailored for adults, which are coming up, herpes zoster, case in point. Third, there is of course, what we have experienced in COVID, immunity fades over time. And similarly, that applies to childhood vaccines like pertussis. Immunity does fade over time, and which again makes a case for some lifelong vaccine booster doses like we are taking in COVID. And finally, and most importantly, the demographic transition that most of the countries are going through, which means that there is much more silver population, there's aging population, and there's focus on healthy aging. So here we will debate, is there a need to shift the way we measure the impact and outcome of vaccination from a simplistic reduction of death and illness to a holistic definition of, including improvement in quality of life and other things. Diagnostic, on the other hand, has been the stepchild historically in the healthcare management. It has been most important but most neglected sector globally. And COVID has definitely changed all that and shaken us all up. There is a newfound realization that diagnostic and there is a need to mainstream innovation in diagnostic as well as invest in diagnostic. And with this, I would welcome all our esteemed panelists to start with some introductory remarks on the topic today. Dr. Paul, you as the head of NEGVAC, we saw you at the driver's seat. And it would be an overstatement to say that what you did actually touched the lives of 1 billion people, a seventh of humanity. I would like you to share your initial thoughts on the topic today.
Thank you very much, Mona. First and foremost, it's an honor to be here face to face in a situation where the businesses have come back, lives have become nearly normal. We hope this will be sustained, and lots of lessons the entire planet has learned, lots of lessons all of us who are in the room have learned. So thank you very much, and the issue that we are discussing is truly relevant. Let me begin with the diagnostic side. I agree with you, it was a very nice word. It describes it in a way an orphan area. And so much more can happen. We talk about priorities and potential that we have with the technologies that are available today. And relatively simple technologies to adapt. In a matter of days and weeks, diagnostics can come up. And of course, there must be the ones which are more difficult to do in terms of diagnostics. But surely, I think it's a very relevant point, and I think with potential for shared space on the development between the two great nations that are represented here. And yes, new paradigm has opened up with adult vaccination. We're getting used to that idea, and you have opened up potentialities in that regard with the existing vaccine repertoire that the nation has, the world has, and therefore a very important debate to take forward. Looking forward to more tough questions.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Johar represents a company which innovated on the diagnostic front relentlessly during COVID. Even today we are subject to the Albert test to prove our COVID negative status at various places. So Sanjeev, your first comments on today's topic, focusing more on the innovative diagnostic part.
Thanks, Shoma. First of all, thanks to USIBC for organizing this session. It's very relevant in the present context. We at Abbott have a mission of providing or empowering people with healthier lives, and this is what has dictated us, and this is what has driven us in providing various solutions that we did in a short period of time. Normally a diagnostic test takes almost about 3 to 5 years from the basic idea to bringing it to the market. In a span of 8 months, we launched about 9 products. And I think this shows the robustness of our R&D talent, and also bringing these products to the market. So what COVID has also shown us, that there is a need for point of care testing of very credible, accurate, sensitive and specific tests which can be easily used. And this is exactly being worked on. And as a result of which several products which are not only used by healthcare professionals or even paramedics, but even the common people. For example, our PanBio self-test has empowered millions of people who had no knowledge about using a test and benefit from it. I personally believe that, and this is also as an organization we believe, that diagnostic, a patient's healthcare journey starts with diagnostics. And therefore, diagnostics has to be eventually decentralized, democratized, and also digitalized. So if it meets 3 requirements, I think that will be a good diagnostic tools. And there are several such examples, both in India as well as in other emerging markets of Asia Pacific.
And we'll get into those as we progress. And Mr. Ranade represents a company which was at the forefront of innovating a vaccine, one of the first few globally, and probably the first single-dose vaccine. So Sarthak, your introductory remarks on this topic.
Sure, thank you so much for the kind introduction, Suma. So first of all, I want to congratulate USIBC for holding the 47th AGM, first since pandemic and that too in person. So it's so good to be back again and having such discussions and meetings. And look, I think the other thing which obviously I want to do first is to congratulate the government of India for helping us to navigate this pandemic. It's been like, and being someone who's been working very closely with Dr. Paul's office as well, I can say that I think it's been amazing to see the exemplary leadership being offered. When they were almost available 24/7, helping the industry tide over the crisis, driving access to vaccines, helping us to unlock or resolve the supply chain issues and so on. So it's been great leadership from all departments of the government, especially DOP, Niti Aayog as well as Ministry of Health. So now, I guess we all know that the COVID has been extremely destructive for all of us, but I personally believe that a lot of good has also come out of it. And I think a couple of things which really encouraged me was basically, one is about the strength of partnerships. And I think you rightly said about how global and Indian companies work together to bring forward a vaccine, and we are at Johnson & Johnson extremely proud of our collaboration with BioE. So that's one. Second, what we also have seen is how innovative we can become when it's required. So I guess that was also another win. So I guess we have definitely changed for the better. We have emerged stronger from the pandemic, and this is a great topic to have. So, and also I'm honored to share the dais with luminaries like Dr. Paul and my colleague Sanjeev. So look forward to the discussion.
Absolutely, thank you. About your comment on actually how hard Dr. Paul and some of his colleagues also were working, I can personally vouch because I was working on behalf of UNICEF on some part of the vaccination mandate, and considering this is USIBC, let me put it this way, Dr. Paul and his team was working across US and India time zone, so you could reach out to them anytime 24/7. But let's begin the discussion now, and Dr. Paul, I will begin with you, that what do you think the COVID experience taught us in terms of disease prevention, which we can take and apply to healthcare management in general?
Couple of things. Firstly, I think above all, this pandemic taught us that the scientific approach to outbreaks, epidemics, and then ultimately pandemics is grounded in fundamental principles of identifying the case, identifying the contacts, doing something about isolating them, quarantining them, watching them for clinical illness, detect clinical illness where it needs care beyond the home setting and so on and so forth. So I think the fundamentals of epidemiology, fundamentals of handling outbreaks, and disease control, those fundamentals remain absolutely. I think the nations which ignored them, the people who ignored them, paid the price. Nobody was perfect in this regard. It is not that every nation has ensured that every contact will be traced, every contact will be quarantined. No, it didn't happen. But those who followed that approach, and I can definitely say this for India, we were very clear about having this approach, which we would simplify by saying test, track, things like that, time to time, stood the test of time. Second, I think in terms of the disease control, the other tools that are adopted, and I think I should begin by saying tools such as getting people to wear masks. and have social distancing. This is a tool that will always be useful in the kind of pandemic that we see. It's not useful in every setting. Let's say monkeypox, perhaps. It will not be a different approach. But those tools which are affordable, which are individual behavior change or collective behavior change, will remain valid. So we must remember that. Third, the rapid technological development and deployment of technological tools is critical, and that brings us to this panel in that sense. Multitude of tools. We needed PPEs, we needed pulse oximeter, we needed oxygen, we needed diagnostics, we'll talk more about that, we needed vaccines, we needed drugs. We didn't know how to spell remdesivir at some point, and then it had to be mainstream. And India supplied to 100-odd nations of drug, which was, it was a novelty for a while. So I think that getting the scientific tools with speed, delivering them on the ground, is very important. And lastly, the two more points. One, IT. IT is fundamental in today's fight against disease, any disease outbreaks and disease prevention, for that matter. And last but not the least, I think people's engagement. Get people on board with the thinking, the scientific thinking, the thinking of the leadership, thinking of the people who are steering the whole process. So getting people, ultimately, pandemic have been handled by people, and wherever there are successes, it is the people who make it happen, and more of this can be done and should be done. And what binds those who are on the policy and program side with people is trust. So I think if I have to quickly say the lessons, these are the lessons orchestrated by the leader, by the leadership of a nation, which needs to be successful.
Yes, thank you, sir. And vaccines became the primary shield in this battle against COVID. And suddenly we saw this industry and multilateral organizations and government working so seamlessly, which was almost unprecedented, before COVID. And so this experience has sort of led to breaking of this perception that vaccines are only for children. So Sarthak, what do you think the lessons are for the industry from this experience?
So, in fact, as I reflect over the last 2-3 years in the way we navigated through the pandemic, I get reminded of what our earlier global CEO said, and he said that companies like Johnson & Johnson are built for times like this, and I think that's what every employer of Johnson & Johnson was focused on. And it's not just, I think what is encouraging and interesting to see is that many of the innovative companies, including Indian companies and MNCs, they all really worked with breakneck speed and discovered and deployed a vaccine within just 1 year. That's really commendable, right? Because many of you possibly may not know that vaccine discovery and development is a long process. It usually takes on an average 7 years. But here we were, companies from India and US and other parts of the world, really bringing forward vaccines. So that's something which we need to really celebrate. And the other thing which I briefly mentioned in my introductory remark was about this whole unprecedented collaboration which we saw across stakeholders, right? I mean, look at examples of Astra working with Serum, or we working with BioE. I think this was what was required to mount a global response against this pandemic. So there's a lot to celebrate, a lot to see. And of course, if I have to quickly talk about what lessons learned, and maybe before that, I think you raised a very important point about vaccination. I mean, traditionally it's been associated with infants and children, right? So adult vaccination is not really picked up. So that's something which we need to keep in mind. And if I have to conclude very quickly by saying what are the top 3 lessons we learned, I think first is this pandemic very clearly exposed the fault lines in healthcare, right? And I guess every government across the world realized that you need to invest in health. And we're so happy to see that the government of India is also investing a lot of health, because everybody is realizing that the wealth of a nation is through the health of the people. So that remains. The second thing which again is possible lesson for us is that what good we can do, we can come together. I mean, that's whole spirit of partnership and collaboration. I gave this examples of Indian and American companies and other companies working together. And last but not least, I think, when we all join hands together, we really can be innovative. And I wanted to give a very real story here, which is very closer home, and I think it's very interesting. So, Dr. Paul, I'm sure you'll recollect, when the pandemic started, we fell short of COVID swabs in India, and we were largely import dependent. And this idea germinated in the Department of Pharmaceuticals, where someone from their side reached out to us and said that, look, we are thinking of how do we manufacture swabs in India, and what came to our mind is that Johnson & Johnson has this earbud platform technology.
Yes.
So can we use that? And it's been such a phenomenal experience for all of us because it was truly a multilateral and multi-stakeholder initiative. So DOP, Textile Ministry came in, Reliance partnered with us in terms of the supplying cotton and all, and we actually gave our R&D technology and setup. And within 7 days flat, an idea took birth, and you know the results, right? We manufacture swabs at such low cost and maybe export to the world as well. So I guess these are the lessons: to invest in healthcare, to continue to build these partnerships forward, because post-pandemic we should not forget it, we should take it forward. And last, this drive for innovation. So I think that has to be.
And this is a great out-of-box example of how innovation can happen with government and private joining hands, forgetting about the rigid borders. But I just a quick follow-up question on this, please. I was interested to know your view on this break in perception that vaccines are for children, and I want to understand about all the triggers I mentioned in the introduction about this becoming. Do you see this lifelong vaccination truly becoming a future of medicine? And in that backdrop, do you think there is a need to rethink how we measure the impact of vaccination in general?
Yeah. So look, I think we touched upon that, and adult vaccination is something which will take more strength as we move forward, because everyone has realized that. And as we say, this is not the first and the last pandemic, right? So we need to get ready for more to come our way. So adult vaccination is something where we'll have to continue to focus, bring it forward. And look, I think you also touched upon how do we measure impact, right? So first, I want to really congratulate once again Government of India for using technology to, COVID is a great example, right? It's been like celebrated across the world, and every nation is now realizing how technology can help us to deploy a vaccine, track vaccination rates, and trace it. Because through this whole digital architecture, what we are trying to do is we are having a good data to see how we are moving forward. So I guess such technology will be, with the help of such technology, we'll be able to do better with adult vaccination. So I guess, and again, in terms of how do we measure impact, I agree we need to go beyond the traditional parameters of life saved and all. And this is true not just for vaccines, but also for all medicines, right? What's the value of that intervention? What's it's doing to the patient health, the quality of life, the societal benefits, productivity gain, and so on. So I guess it's a holistic value framework assessment, and we need to actually start. Yeah, but the good thing is, we have now even the National Digital Health Mission. I think all this would help us to get down that path of really seeing the benefits of intervention.
Right. Coming to you, Sanjeev, I think COVID was that period when we actually realized the importance of diagnostic. Delayed diagnosis meant delayed treatment, could mean increased severity and worse. So that is the time when this entire refocus and understanding of this happened. But I would like to understand from you that also these, like you said, there were 9 solutions in this short duration, and actually going from this lab-heavy RT-PCR to rapid test to then doing it at home. How do you see this spectrum, and what has been your learning from COVID? The experience that we can take forward.
Yeah, I think first of all, I couldn't agree more with Sarthak and Dr. Paul. There have been several positives which have emerged from this pandemic experience. First of all, the unprecedented collaboration between various stakeholders. I have no experience earlier where a product was approved in flat 30 days or even less than 30 days. I think it is not only from the industry, it's the regulators, the policy makers, healthcare professionals, everyone pitched in. So I think this shows the huge possibilities of working together with various stakeholders. The second lesson is I think we can work much faster than what we think and much better than what we think. And this has also been demonstrated by not only by, of course, Abbott, but many other industry partners in the different aspects of the disease management. The third is, you mentioned diagnostics being a stepchild. I think finally the stepchild has been adopted.
That's a good one.
So I think there is a general adoption of diagnostics has gone up several notches. And lastly, I would say that from presumptive diagnostics, time has come for us to move to differential diagnostics. You know, look at an example would be we take COVID and flu. The symptoms overlap. We do not know whether it's flu or COVID. Now we are in the process, we have just launched a product, a single test which can differentiate between flu A and B strains and COVID. So, because the treatments are different. And lastly, I would say that there are two sets of countries across the globe. The countries which tested and treated, and there are countries that only treated. If you see today's Times of India, on the front page it says that overuse of antibiotics.
Very true.
So, because that is a result of presumptive diagnostics.
Absolutely.
And if we were to move to differential diagnostics, you know, this can be controlled and the consequences of overuse of antibiotics.
Absolutely.
So I think there have been several examples, several positives. But this has also opened up immense possibilities for taking diagnostics to the rural areas or resource-constrained parts of the geographies.
Yes, and thank you very much for that example on AMR. We don't know what is happening to AMR and what would be the revised estimates post-COVID on AMR. But Dr. Paul, coming to you, do you think there has been an experiential paradigm shift in terms of acceptance of adult vaccination? Has there been a behavioral change to start thinking that adults would in India go for other sorts of vaccination which may give them protection of different types?
Thank you, but let me take you from
Sure.
the discussion on the diagnostics.
Yes.
You know, this pandemic is also a stellar example of how within our country in particular, a plethora of diagnostics came up, you know, almost overnight.
Yes.
Using
Yes.
technology like that. There was no diagnostic test available for SARS-CoV-2 to start with. We were dependent on, you know, some supply from this country, that country. What I wish to let everyone know is that in a matter of, say, weeks to a few months, ICMR validated something like over 96 Indian diagnostics.
Yes, within 3 months.
Within 3 to 4 months. RT-PCR, and you know, the whole range. So, 96. I mean, this was a hidden talent, hidden capacity in our industry, in startups, in the laboratories. It's an amazing story, and I think this should be celebrated in another form someday when there are technical events of that kind. We should really talk about it and see it in more detail. Amazing, nobody had hoped that this could happen, and then we had a test using CRISPR technology within less than a year. We didn't go far because costs just about appeared too soon, 400 rupees, and things were available for 100. But the point is that frontier of technology could be harnessed on the soil of India. It's an amazing story. So I have a huge appetite now for, you know, challenging the industry and challenging the academia for diagnostic tests. One on that list is sickle cell disease. I know there are some available that again the cost of issue. We want to see something which is very, very affordable and which is very easy to administer.
Is it anemia, sir?
I'm coming to that. that another one. The commonest disease of India is actually anemia, and not hypertension or diabetes. It's anemia. Anemia, we have the glucometers still not perfect. It's very difficult. Still, from UNICEF or difficulty to scale up. HPV, we have something, but we could have something much better than that. These are, cervical cancer is a disease of the poor. And in vaccines, they say, can there be a vaccine, the same wish list against snakebite? It's possible. Things like that is possible. So the point that I'm making is that this potential existed always. And in order to open up, new, reliable, affordable, point-of-care diagnostics in particular, is something which we should continue to push the momentum, and I think this forum can help each other to bring this up. We should draw up a wish list of 10, 15, 20. We should fulfill the requirements of not only of India and not only of diverse diseases, but also requirements perhaps from other nations or other continents up there. So I think clearly this should be something which should be taken, pushed further by the industry, by the chambers of the industry, and take it forward. I would plead that we really energize this subject. Having said that, returning to the theme of adult vaccination, I think yes, indeed, India needs to go in that direction. And the first vaccine that one would like to take toward adults is the HPV vaccine. It's waiting to happen. We should have done it a few years earlier if we could. But certainly we are now at the point, at the cusp of taking forward HPV vaccine to our adolescent girls and more if need be. But certainly is a part of the national program HPV vaccine should be thought about. What about the vaccines such as pneumococcal vaccine for sickle cell disease person? Easily doable. And we will load it onto our national program, for which we have a very, very strong grassroots program. By the way, both are big topics. We would like to focus on HPV, we would like to focus on sickle cell disease. So diagnosis is a challenge, looking for solutions. We can begin in any case till a more affordable diagnostic comes up. And then if you diagnose, it is incumbent on us to give pneumococcal vaccine to that adult, because that's standard practice, and India can afford to do so. India must do so. And these are the people who need the most. So I think to get used to the idea of adult vaccine, COVID has really started that process, and we should systematically examine that among the vaccines that could be given to the adults, what is the priority that you think about? Priority could be generic for everybody, priority could be, for example, HPV for every girl, but it could be specific, pneumococcal for sickle cell disease, influenza for certain age group, or above certain age group, and so on and so forth. So I think that debate and that discussion and that endeavor is to be started.
Absolutely, sir. And I think when we talk of vaccine, and especially COVID vaccine, and all of you have touched upon COVID, and COVID is this great example of how India successfully managed to do something lots of developed countries absolutely struggled with, and how the e-bill was turned into this vehicle, IT vehicle, and unleashed from starting to monitoring vaccination implementation, supply chain, as well as things like digital certificate, which is not common in a lot of developed countries. Sarthak, if I may come to you, what has been your experience in the role of IT in strategizing supply chain and in product innovations as well?
Yeah. So I guess you rightly said about COVID, right? I think this is an example which needs to be celebrated. I think we should all be very proud of it. And when you talk of technology, I think I'm reminded at the start of the pandemic, there was a joke which came on WhatsApp that who brought off digital transformation in an organization, and there were three options: CEO, CIO, and the third option was COVID. And we know that the answer is COVID, right? All of us, the way we have changed over the last 2 years in terms of adapting technology and appreciating what technology can do, I think it's here to stay. So there are certain good things which have come out of this pandemic, and I think COVID or National Digital Health Mission and all, this is really what is going in the right direction. And to your point in terms of technology is now getting deployed across the ecosystem of healthcare. I mean, if I talk upstream, in R&D, today our global scientists are using artificial intelligence and machine learning to identify the right targets for drug discovery. So the whole drug discovery process is becoming efficient. You go downstream, today telemedicine is picking up so much in India. Supply chain, you'll be using technology a lot to track and trace and ensure that the right products reach the right patient. So I guess technology is here to stay. It's disrupting a lot of things, driving out inefficiencies, and we're so glad to be a part of this whole revolution.
Right. To move back to diagnostic, Mr. Sanjeev, two questions I'll just quickly put. First is that, you very rightly said that the stepchild is being adopted, so it's no longer the blind spot that it used to be. And, but this needs an ecosystem as well. Diagnostics is not easy, right? You need a lab, the pathology needs a lab, and the imaging is itself a different thing. So it needs operational infrastructure. I think it would need workforce, and it would need financing to start with to do these investments. So how do you think we can really turn all the diagnostic tools and innovations and diagnostic to see diagnostic solutions on the ground? And second, if you mentioned about some examples, and if possible, give us some successful examples that are happening in the Indian context, where we can see this succeeding now.
See, traditionally, diagnostics was designed for urban centers. And if you see all the systems which came, I'm talking about 10 years, 20 years back, they were all designed for labs. They were all had a certain cost profile, they had certain investment profile, and so on and so forth. But now diagnostics is moving out of the labs. And this is inevitable, because this is a trend which time has stopped. We'll see diagnostics moving not only out of the lab to doctor's office or point of care, where the care is being administered, but also in the field and eventually to the consumer diagnostics. So that's the trend. Now we have to see how these elements can be accelerated and accentuated, and we create an ecosystem where we are not talking about lab diagnostics, but we are talking about a holistic diagnostics. Just to give you an example, Odisha state accounts for almost 50% of the malaria burden of the country, and almost 1/3 of Asia's malaria burden. And within Odisha, there are about 8 districts which account for 70 to 80% of malaria incidents. Now, they have about 45,000 ASHA workers, who are the frontline health workers, who travel to remote villages and actually screen the patients. But this is all a manual process. So coming to your earlier point on IT, the usage of IT and digitalization, I think this is one area and we have now systems and we have products where we can provide to ASHA workers, and these can be tracked on a real-time basis of this central headquarters. So this is what we are working on. But this requires not only the products, but also the capacity building and capabilities at the ground level. You need to train a whole lot of healthcare workers. And thirdly, we have also seen that the insights from the actual patient journey, how these insights can be incorporated in devising and developing the new products and services, which will then integrate into the overall diagnostic process and system, and can be of real value. Right now, most of the countries, I handle Asia Pacific, and I see that most of the countries, their debate was about affordability. But now it has changed to the value, the outcomes. So, because what is important is an outcome, not the price of the test, but what it does eventually. and how it can help.
Yes.
So I think that is what it will eventually move
shape to. And the Odisha example is very relevant. I think they did a phenomenal job in 2018, just pre-pandemic, to reduce malaria, which kind of reduced the entire countries in malaria in cities. But I got an ultimatum, and so we have to move to the final round for the way forward. And to start with you, Sarthar, two quick questions to. First of all, I think India and US, if you look at R&D of the US and manufacturing prowess, which was demonstrated during COVID in India, it's a phenomenal combination. How do you think we should, whatever policy intervention do you think can help get these two powerhouse countries to create this? And secondly, of course, I think COVID broke many myths, that government is slow functioning, that government and all that you said, accelerated pathways, all of them working day and night, speed, governance. I think government showed it all. So I just want you to touch upon these two things. What are your expectations? How do we take it forward and not lose the momentum?
So I'll keep it brief since we have less time.
Yeah.
So first is, I think the second question is easy to answer. It's no longer a myth. We have seen the government of India working with so much of agility. So obviously we have seen, and we believe that this will be carried forward post-pandemic. It need not stay just in the pandemic phase. So this whole facilitation, fast-track approvals, regulatory reforms, all this will continue, I believe. And I think you rightly said about how US and India can do global good, right? I think India is known in the world as pharmacy of the world. I mean, we've been having a strong domestic manufacturing industry, and today we are called as the vaccine country of the world. So very clearly we have a huge capacities here which can be deployed not just for India but also globally. And what we expect basically to continue, and some of the schemes which the government has started about Make in India, PLI, single window clearance, I think this is all going to really move forward. And also, sir, it's very encouraging to hear, that India is now looking at going up the value chain. So it's not just about Make in India, but it's about discover India and research in India. And I think that should be the next logical step for India to go up the value chain.
Absolutely. Sanjeev, if I may put the same question and with a slightly different input, that we saw the power of PPPs. We had seen it in how TB test kits kind of slashed. We had seen it in smaller scale, but the canvas and the scale in COVID was very different. How do you think the PPPs as a concept, as a movement can be taken forward from here?
I think the public-private partnerships have been the game changers. And this has been demonstrated not only in different parts of the country, but other countries as well. We have seen. And I believe this is because addressing health issues is not only government's job. It is everyone's responsibility. And this is where we believe in the areas which are resource constrained, the areas which are remote, we can work very closely with the government and ensure that these products and services are available. So this is absolutely a possibility. For example, if you take Ayushman Bharat, this has been again one of the reasons why India was able to respond to the COVID pandemic was the primary healthcare centers. And that's the power of primary healthcare centers or the wellness centers. I think these can be further strengthened, and there are immense possibility of working with the state governments as well as the central government here in taking the PPP route to take the products and services to every nook and corner of the country. I think there's immense potential.
Absolutely. And sir, I would come to you for the last word, but quickly squeeze in a question there as well. The Lancet Commission actually says that half of the people in the world do not have any access to diagnostic. And most vulnerable are those people in rural areas. Now, considering Ayushman Bharat and wellness centers are coming up, do you think this scenario would change? That's the last mile, the primary healthcare centers. Do you see this changing in India at least?
India is clearly, decisively, and emphatically transforming its primary healthcare system. Sub-centers and primary health centers are being upgraded, shall we say, into health and wellness centers with defined criteria and defined packages of services to be implemented. We have committed to create such health and wellness centers to the tune of 150,000 by the end of this year, and we are on track. We already have 120,000 in operations. They provide, for example, sub-center health and wellness center has a provision for providing 14 diagnostic tests, 14. And the primary health center, health and wellness center has provision for 63 diagnostics. And of course, 105 drugs and 172 drugs, free drug and free diagnostics, of course, available. And this will be further strengthened as we move along. From a limited communicable disease, maternal child health paradigm of our primary health care, we are moving to more comprehensive paradigm of non-communicable diseases, mental health care of the elderly, eye care, ENT care, palliative care, and so on. So there is a transformation going on. And in fact, my wish list is truly in the space of diagnostics for this very area. And I was listing while you were speaking. So, can we have creatinine test on a chip? Because chronic kidney disease, sometimes in this whole chart, discourse on diabetes, we forget that chronic kidney disease and chronic liver disease are not far behind in terms of mortality. The mortality, if I roughly say how many deaths, 250,000 deaths for diabetes, and I think something like 210,000 deaths per annum for chronic kidney disease and liver disease. Somehow the stakeholders in those two spaces have been sluggish and much less work has been done, and that's my goal for them. But then how do I screen for chronic kidney disease? How do we do that? So we need a diagnostic, either something in the urine, I don't know which one marker, but surely creatinine is the standard marker. Can this not be available from a top of blood so that it is sorted out immediately? I don't have to take a venous blood, it is sent to a lab, result to come like that. Then liver enzymes for what is so complex about liver enzymes not to be available in a lateral flow or mechanism? I'm sure it must be easy. Think about hemoglobin A1C, because detecting diabetes, which occurs in adult population to the tune of 15% already, the ultimate goal is to have a person with control of glycemic state. It's not detection. It's not even starting one of those 63 drugs for diabetes. It is the control. How do you measure control? We all measure it through HbA1c. So can that not be simplified? I move further. Anemia, hemoglobin, and then not just hemoglobin, but type of anemia. Because there is a debate that you are all treating with iron and folic acid, but only half of them are nutrition. So if it right from the beginning this can be sorted out, short of doing a CBC or a pull test, it will be a game changer. We move further. The killer for children today is pneumonia, virus versus bacteria. And within bacteria, which one? Am I dealing with gram-negative in a newborn pneumonia, or it is still gram-positive? It helps a great deal. That goes back to the differential diagnosis. A marker for preterm labor that could be, triggered in a primary care setting. A marker for antimicrobial resistance. I think above all, whole effort must be made for antimicrobial resistance related diagnostic products. Differentiating viral illnesses from bacterial, and within the bacterial, the type and the antimicrobial sensitivity, at least trigger or direction or a tracking, tracer tracking in that regard, and so on. So there is a huge space for this area. We talked about cancer cervix in that regard. We should be talking about other cancers as well. So I think this is waiting to open. If we can make the same effort that we did in the last 2 years, this would be within our, within the reality in less than 2 years, I guess. So we need to work on certainly on this regard. I also want to add one aspect to the PPP discussion that was made. I want to let everybody know here that the Government of India funding was liberally offered to the vaccine developers and manufacturers. Practically all the vaccines that you see in vogue, and we use every platform, DNA. It was supported by the DBT's Mission COVID Suraksha. 100 crores, 125 crores. So DNA vaccine, protein surveillance, bio-E vaccine, Covaxin, the nasal vaccine, Genova mRNA vaccine, all of these companies were recipient of research money, which means a grant to a very significant extent. So we're very proud about it, and also the same grants also for diagnostics development and whatever treatment materials development that we did. So great working together, absolutely fascinating to work together. Call, speak, pick up phone. I do so much with Yogsna and yourself when we were doing a certain critical part in this journey. That's the way to work. And please be rest assured that regulatory processes must be streamlined, must be eased, and Government of India is committed in that direction. More you put pressure on us, more we will do that. And of course, we have a new draft.
That's an amazing spirit to end with.
It's a win-win situation for the two great countries, win-win situation for the planet. And if India has the opportunity to emerge as even a bigger pharmacy of the world, diagnostic storehouse, a powerhouse in the world, vaccines of a power, if regulatory processes are holding, it is we are duty bound to change them.
Wonderful, sir. Wonderful. On that note, I think to sum up, this has been a silver lining of COVID. All the panelists.
One line to say that this space, by the way, is also open for animal.
Yes.
In the same way, and we should recognize huge business potential and the wellness potential in the planet's health.
True.
I would say in the space of animal health. So whatever we have spoken here also is applicable. So much challenge that comes from that side.
Absolutely, sir. And to sum up, I think vaccines are undergoing this personality makeover, and very soon they will stop being seen as a medical event and more of a social process. And HTA may become as common as EIA, Environmental Impact Assessment, in diagnostic. Thanks to Sir and Sir's vision, I think the aspiration we are going forward with is that there is going to be an integrated tiered working model that emerges, and we will make sure, and we should make sure, that irrespective of where one lives, they will have access to accurate diagnosis. A patient, I just remember this from a patient advocate who said once that health should not remain a matter of your postal code. It should become your right. And I think India is on that track. Thank you everyone for giving us a patient listening at the end of this event, and I hand it over back to you. Thank you guests. Thank you.
Invite on stage Ambassador Keshap, and along with the moderator and our panelists, Mr. Sanjeev Johar and Mr. Sarthak Ranade, and I would request them to please hand over, present a green certificate to Dr. V.K. Paul, and as a token of appreciation for taking out the time to come and to share his valuable ideas with us.
So in your honor, we have planted trees in the Subrahmanyam to try to help with India's ecology. So that's for you. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your coming. Come on in, let's take a picture.
Hustle together for a group photograph, please.
How's that?
The green certificate, as the ambassador just said, is an initiative of the India Ideas Summit. A cluster of 5 trees are going to be planted on behalf of Dr. V.K. Paul.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Paul. Very nice. Thanks a lot. Please.
Ambassador, could you please stay back? Yes. Earlier.
If you're here in the embassy,
and always has very deep and meaningful insights. Friends, first of all, I want to thank everybody for all of their patient attention to all of the panelists and speakers. You have given us a great audience today, and I hope that you have appreciated everything that's been said. But I want to take care of a very important piece of business. And I want you to think about how in the United States and in India, dreams spark amazing achievements. Dreams that start in college dorm rooms, dreams that start in garages, an idea, an inspiration, something in the back of your head that won't go away, something you are compelled to pursue. Friends, this is what happens when that dream is fulfilled. Michael Dell, Chairman and CEO of Dell Technologies, is precisely one of those people. He has inspired a generation of bold entrepreneurs. Nearly 40 years ago, he started Dell Technologies with $1,000 and a dream in his University of Texas dorm room. The vision was bold, to change forever how technology is designed, manufactured, and sold. Over the next 4 decades, Dell revolutionized personal computing, technology access, and entrepreneurial empowerment. A global success story from the Americas to Europe, and especially in Asia, and particularly here in India. Merging with EMC in 2016, what eventually became Dell Technologies is now a global powerhouse with over $100 billion in revenue. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our membership, it is my great honor to offer Michael Dell the 2022 USIBC Global Leadership Award. Alok is going to accept the award on Michael's behalf, and hopefully we'll be able to convey it back to Michael as soon as possible. But I want to thank you, Alok, for doing that, and I want to thank you for your active membership and leadership in USIBC and on our very valued and respected India Advisory Council. Alok, let's do this. I don't care.
Everybody, and before I begin, let me say this. This will surely go back to Austin. We'll make sure that it reaches Michael, and we'll make sure that one of the next sessions he comes in and spends his time giving a keynote. It's a great pleasure and honor to be accepting this award on behalf of Michael Dell. He's a visionary. He's someone who started this business 40 years back with just $1,000 investment, and what a journey it is. He's a huge inspiration to our 140,000 team members across the globe, and he's someone who leads by example. In fact, he has very simple business philosophies, and I really get fascinated talking to him every time that I'm in front of him. He says this. He says this, that listen, when it comes to business, need to play nice but win. And that's a very powerful statement. That's a very powerful philosophy to have in business, because what that does is that it gets the organization to be customer-centric, be very passionate and energetic about what they're doing, and at the end of the day, really very worried about adding value to every engagement in the market.
Globally, it's also been a very, very rewarding and very satisfying journey in India. We started our operations in India about 2 decades back, early 2000, and in a very short period of time, we have actually got to a position in the country where most of our product categories we are leading and providing solutions to our customers in India across different industry verticals as well as government and defense in enabling what today is called digital transformation. We have lots and lots to bring to the table with regards to engaging with the community, the society, and overall ecosystem in the country. And we take a lot of pride in saying that we are in the process of nation building, helping our customers in India become global leaders in their own businesses by enabling technology. And I think over a period of time, we will continue to build our workforce in India. By the way, today, as of today, we are having the largest concentration of workforce in India outside of US. So we are the second largest workforce set up globally for Dell Technologies, with almost like 36,000 employees in India. A lot of them working in the Indian market, and a lot of them also working on R&D and research and providing support to our global customers. It's a real pleasure, as I said, to be accepting this award on behalf of Michael. But my sincere thanks to USIBC, Atul and Ambika for this recognition from us. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
And someone, but everybody on my team knows what they did. They know how many hours they put in, and I want to congratulate all of you. Thank you so much. I also want to thank Myron Brilliant, who's right there. Myron has joined us and given generously of his time, and he has supported us unceasingly to be able to pull off something that when we first started talking about it eight months ago, really when I started the job, was kind of viewed as ambitious during the pandemic era. But here we all are, and it all worked out, and we've had a bunch of great speakers, wonderful insights from the government of India and the US government, and of course from our great member companies who are trying to build that world of tomorrow. I would be remiss, friends, if I didn't offer a particular thanks to Nirmala Banerjee. You've done a great job, and we really appreciate all your help with moderating. Thank you so much. Really kept us moving on time. And so, this concludes today's annual general meeting of the United States-India Business Council. I'll go back to something I said earlier. We're part of the United States Chamber of Commerce. We believe in life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We believe that the free market is the best way to innovate and make sure that the people of this world can live happy, free, complete, and meaningful lives. Friends, the core of this group and the reason we all gathered is our membership. Our board is here, our entire membership is here, and we also had some very valuable sponsors. And I will tell you, without the sponsors, we can't get the job done. And I want to particularly shout out to all the sponsors that are on both of those panels. At the platinum level, NASDAQ, Ed Knight, if you're in the room, thank you very much. Occidental Petroleum, Amazon. At the gold level, Amazon, Procter & Gamble, Walmart, Abbott Laboratories. At the silver level, Amway, Apple, Citi, Coca-Cola, Covington and Burling, Intel, Johnson & Johnson, Lockheed Martin, Meta, Northrop Grumman, Pfizer, Salesforce, Sinclair Broadcast Group, and I hope you saw the tech demo out in the lobby by Sinclair. Great stuff. Stripe, Suzlon, Tata Sons, TCS, Tractors and Farm Equipment, TransUnion, Visa, Western Digital, and our corporate contributors, Qualcomm, Zoho Corporation, Boeing, Eli Lilly, and IBM.
You gotta give up the challenge.
Well done.
Come on in, Mark.
You can't have the phone coming out of the pocket. Jay.
Give us 1 minute, guys. We're still waiting on 2 minutes.
Jay, too.
Is that right? Come on, Mika, come. Amy, oh my gosh, come on up.
Come on.
Come on up, come on. Amy,
Come up
Amy,
in the
come
middle.
on in. Please. Amy, come.
And I got another one. Once we do the formal stuff, yes, everybody, hands up.
All right. Keep it rolling.
Okay, ready?
Yes, it is. Give us.
I can come.
Hey, I can get up here.
Don't finish yet. We got to do one punch shot. Ready? An action shot. Ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Let's go! Yay! 2, 3. Yay!
I appreciate it.
Hey, thank you.
And then we'll semicircle it out. How does that sound? Amy, you're in the shot. Sandeep,
Another action shot.
You're not visible, madam.
Maybe
Push and
funny
das,
faces.
are you here? Push and das.
Okay, sir, you're not visible. Look here.
Yes, yes.
Okay, another action shot to get everyone. Ready?
Yeah.
2, 3, let's go!